Right. The root trees are loading. This is like turning into one of my favorite games of all time. I am not gonna lie. It's unlike anything I've played before, you know? Why do I feel like she's watching me through the little peephole, you know? And how does she know when I've sorted stuff out? You know, she turns up when I've got so many family members sorted out. How does she know when I've done it? Also, how young are we? Like, I mentioned this last stream, like, how old are we to have a Riot Girl poster? Not that you can't listen to Riot Girl in your old age, but like, something else I've just seen. The jacket, this sort of like little leather jacket, and that, like, that's what the younger people wear, right? Like in Greece and everything, you know. I'm sure my dad would still love to pull off a leather jacket at his age, but like, it does seem a little bit like a younger thing, no? And these boots too. I don't know, I'm just curious now how old we're meant to be as the detective. And his little plushie of the I don't know, what is that meant to be? It's like bear dog bear, like what is it? It's sitting on the chair. It's cute as hell, but I've got no idea what it is. We can't zoom in on it any further than that, which really sucks. Okay. Da-da. Right, what were we doing? I have overcomplicated this like so much. Like, I was watching Gab play, and she's got like 2 pages. I mean, so far anyway, I've only watched her play like 15 minutes of it. Oh, this freaking footrest. Anyone knows any good footrest recommendations, let me know, because this one is broke, man. This is a broke ass footrest. It's not good anymore. I broke it ages ago, and now it sucks. I made this page called descriptions, which is where it's supposed to be like quotes from people, things people have said about others, but then everything kind of ended up just going into the terminology instead. Actually, to be fair, there's nothing in there that I would consider putting in. Do you know what I wish you could do? Change the color of these. Like, that's such a small thing, but like where it's yellow, I wish I could change that, you know? Like, right. Anyway, so we figured out last night. So there was Zach. Let's look at the family tree. Where is Zachy boy? Do you know what? This is why I hate having ADHD, man. We never figured out Carl. We never did Carl. Oh, Carl is also, he's the latest president, so he would be the 5th one. Oh wait, how many times did Clark get married? Oh, I see. Split up quite a few times there. I see. Looks a bit complicated over that part of the tree. Do we not have a photo for Carl? I just find that weird. Okay. I guess maybe we don't find them out to the end, because we know these guys. We know the girls. I find it kind of sad that the wife, their mom, doesn't have her own section. Like, you know, how everyone else, a lot of people have the picture, the name, their job, and she's just got her name. Like, she was their mother, like the current Roottrees generation's mother, like, and she did so much, you know, at Root and everything, and I feel like she deserves her own little section. Like, she should be one of the starred important people, you know. People undervalue Brenda in this game. Brenda has been undervalued. Not nice. Okay, so last time we figured out Zach and Angie, which would be Gwendolyn's kids. And then married James Warden and Zach's older sister. So I feel like we need to go through and just maybe update the names and terminology. So where did we get? I'm still following the is Bill Linus Cornwall line. Gwen wanted children's names to be alliterated, so we still got to sort her out. So Zach. What was his name? Zachariah Morden. Is there a spider on my shoulder? What the fuck? Feels like it. Feels like it. Zachariah Morden. Nothing? Is that how you spell Zachariah? I find it impossible that something for him hasn't come up. Didn't he take over the family business? Like Zach, Z-A-C-A-R-I-A-H. Morden. Z-A-C-H-A-R-I-A-H. Zachariah. Yeah, I have got Raya. I thought maybe I'd spelt it wrong then. No, well I find that really weird. Oh, there's no H. There's no H. How have I spelled Zachariah wrong? I swear to God, guys. I swear to God. Oh, still nothing comes up for him. How? Didn't he, like, take over? I'm trying to figure out where I was. Hi, Jess. I'm just trying to figure out where we were yesterday. Goodness me. There's still so much evidence we haven't looked at. Okay. So, in Lauren is a freaking gold mine of information. It went to Zach. Okay. Papa argued at length that the company should stay with our branch of the family. I'm not sure Clancy would have wanted it, but he's the one who has volunteered. Instead, it ended up going to Zach. Even though his surname doesn't match the candy, he's the firstborn son of the firstborn 5-piece. So, did he end up getting the company? Because if he did, why is there nothing about him online? Well, he wouldn't be the 4th, would he? 1 minute. The 5th was Carl. I'm getting confused about the presidents. The 5th was Carl. Who had it before Carl? Carl! Carl that kills people. Sorry. Any chance to quote that? Llamas and hats. Llamas and hats. Okay. Well, what periodicals do you think we've missed? Who did Zach take over from? I can't remember. Granddad was furious none of his sons would take over as president. So it focuses on the day her grandfather Elias announced he would step down as president of the company and would determine his successor. So he became president after Elias, because it went to Zach. So Zach would be second. I mean, it makes sense because above him is Elias up there. So Zach was the second president. I'm really bad with the periodicals. I fear. What else do we have? So we can't add Zach to the terminology just yet because I can't highlight his name. Have we missed any? Business-based periodical. Have we not done Business Watch? Is this the Watchman of the Year thing? Oh, wasn't it about Carl? Oh! Yay! Carl Roottrees was voted Watchman of the Year in 1987 for his work with Root. The cover and a summary of the article has been added to your evidence. Are we going to have a photo for Carl? Nice. There it is. Carl Roottrees was voted Watchman. Oh, wow. He's pretty. Oh, such a shame. Such a shame. I forget, like, these people are dead, man. It's so sad. A photo of him appears on the cover. According to the cover, Business Watch is the magazine for and about corporate leaders. So you can't highlight this, can you? Oh, you can. You can highlight this. Business Watch would go under terminology. So Business Watch, a magazine for and about corporate leaders. Okay, I feel like that's important to note in case I get stuck in the future about something business related. And it's ongoing coverage of who's who in the corporate world. Carl was chosen, oh wow, December 1987 Watchman of the Year issue. Carl was chosen not for his work at Roottrees, but rather a clothing company, Root. There's a brief history. Before they married, Carl's wife Brenda was a fashion consultant. When Raina was born, Brenda retired to become a stay-at-home mother. Looking for a creative outlet, she spent any free time she had at the sewing machine. Raina's new clothes were a hit with other parents, including Carl's cousin, Jim Roottrees. Carl's got a cousin, Jim Roottrees. So names. Wait, what? What have I just done? That's supposed to go here. I didn't save the note. That was it. That was it. And then we've got Jim Roottrees, who was Carl's cousin. To do search about Jim Roottrees, a notable singer who had a young daughter around the same age as Raina. Okay. Carl's cousin and a singer who had a daughter the same age as Raina. Word spread. Okay. By 1982, Brenda's patterns were being copied by other brands. Seeing the demand, Carl and his second cousin Ernie Jr., who just become president of Roottrees at the time. Ernie Jr. Okay. Ernie Jr. Carl's second cousin. Seeing the demand, Carl and his second cousin Ernie Jr., who had just become president of Roottrees at the time. So Ernie had just become president? So was Ernie president before Carl? Did he like die and Carl had to step up or something? Was president of the Root. I suppose it is on about him and not Carl. Might go on about it further down. Spearheaded Root. Other blood relatives. I wonder why that's always caps. Who have a say in the company's finances refused to fund anything other than candy, so Carl personally spent his entire inheritance to bankroll the clothing company. Okay. Search Ernie Jr. Okay. Personally spent his entire inheritance to bankroll the clothing company. When the profits began to appear, however, the rest of the family changed their tune. They repaid his investment, and now Root exists under the umbrella of the candy company. And they all benefit. Oh wait, Carl wasn't president of the company, was he? He was just... Wait, was he? I'm trying to remember everything now. Okay, he was. Jesus, my brain is all over the place today. Now, Root exists under the umbrella of the candy company, and they all benefit. Per tradition, or perhaps superstition, new clothes always debuted the way the first ones did. Raina became their catalogue's cover model. As she grew, the product line expanded to older kids as well. Her younger sisters were then recruited to show off the baby clothes. Carl's voted Watchman of the Year primarily for his personal gamble and the ensuing payoff. Take me back to Carl. We have his photo. Well done. Yeah, locked in the 5 pieces. Awesome. Carl, Miracle, and Zach.
You're listening to
What is this nightmare fuel right here?
Headlines. Once an hour, every hour, on the 45. It's a bizarre development to an already tragic tale. In the wake of the accident that took his life, some of Carl Roottrees' belongings have apparently gone missing. Most notably, a framed photo of the Roottree family from the mid-1970s that Carl had on his office wall. We interviewed a local psychologist about who would do such a thing and why. For that article, search
the woman who...
WRTD News.
WRTD
Again,
News.
that's WRTD.
1 minute. Search. This list is getting longer and longer and longer. WRTD News. So the woman who's given us this job said she was going to Carl's office, right? To sort things out. Let's do that now. WRTD News is your local investigative jazz radio station. Terminology. WRTD News. Oops. Radio station. During the news segments at 45 minutes on the hour, they've been talking about the plane crash. This most recent hour, they also talked about a picture taken from Carl's office after the plane crash and promised an interview with a psychologist. During the interview, it's revealed there wasn't a break-in. Instead, someone with a key took the picture after discovering the pipes burst due to the recent storm. This means it was likely someone close to the family who was aware of the photo's history and wanted to save it. The psychologist, however, also goes on to posit that the culprit had an alternate agenda, can't speak, specifically because nobody in the family has come forward to say they have it in their possession. A comment below the article says, "Don't believe their lies, this is just another instance of the Roottree curse being a real true thing. I bet you Carl was murdered and the picture had evidence on it." I feel like she's took the picture. I said, my theory at the beginning is that she's Brenda, the girl who's coming and asking us to do the job. I don't know. Or it's, someone in the Roottree family. Maybe related to the person in the family that committed a crime. Descriptions. Let's highlight that. I'm just going to put ooh. Nice. And then also search the Roottree curse. What is the Roottree curse? Curse. It's a curse. Okay. Roottree. I know you can highlight stuff and search, but I like manually typing it. Like, it makes me feel like a bit more immersed. There's a long and rambly conspiracy website with very small, very red text on a black background that says that the Roottrees are cursed. It's been very recently updated with the following Important update! With Carl and Brenda and their girls, that makes 5 new deaths. Not only that, but 3 of the 5 presidents have died mysteriously. 3 of the 5 presidents of the company. Well, that's not going to help me fill in the tree, is it? The way they died, so I don't know why I'm writing this down, but died under suspicious minds. They say Guy's car was hit by a drunk driver in 1982. Oh wait, so there's got literally someone called Guy. Okay. 3 of the 5 presidents. So 1 was Carl. Ernie Jr., who we still need to look up, which was his cousin. And Guy. Nice. Guy's car was hit by a drunk driver in 1982, but nobody was arrested. Then Ernie Madsen Jr. Sorry, 1 minute. I've just realised Ernie Madsen. Because we didn't have a last name before. Ernie Madsen Jr. and Guy stepped down. Was he poisoned? Now, just this week, Carl died in a plane crash. This cannot be a coincidence. Honestly, it doesn't really sound like a curse. Someone died getting hit by a drunk driver and somebody else stepped down. Like, okay. I wouldn't call that suspicious circumstances. There's another entry that claims if you want to connect the dots, in the pattern of the 5 pieces wrapper, it creates a Mayan ruby skull, a secret message meant to subliminally scare people away. Okay, search Mayan ruby skull. The post before that has a link to a site that talks about how Earth has 4 corners, simultaneous 4-day time cubes. What? The author of this site seems to agree. What? Is that going to be relevant at all? Just writing literally everything down. An entry from a few months ago claims that the owner of this site received an email from Chris Raff, 75. Well, there is someone... Isn't there someone in the family called Rafferty? Clark Rafferty. Jacob Rafferty. So it could be Chris Rafferty. Jesus Christ, so is this going to be something as well? Chris? So many things to search. Chris Rafferty. Search. Relation of Lauren. Well, Clark. Well, not relation, but like... did he have kids? His is a bit confusing, his part of the thing, not gonna lie. Did I ever search Clark Rafferty? I don't know. Search Clark Rafferty. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. This to-do list is just getting longer and 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 longer. I don't think I did. No, I didn't. I did not. Chris Raff, Prodigy.us, asking him to take down his site with faked proof that Ernie Madsen Jr. actually had a heart condition and wasn't poisoned. The owner claims that although the proof looks quite credible, he knows that the proof was fake because he's an expert at creating fake evidence. The first entry is from 1996 and has a blurry picture of the Roottrees Candy Company, seemingly taken by the website's author from behind a fence and through some trees. It seems that Operation RT29 is real. I witnessed a helicopter land on February 29th. I'm writing absolutely everything down and being a pain in the ass. Being a pain in the ass. And then under terminology, was that under descriptions? Yes. Under terminology, we could, well no, I'll put it under to do. Operation R2 RT29. Oops, search operation RT29. Let's just fix that. The website footer says all images and ideas by Thomas Overwood. Oh my god, another guy. Search Thomas Overwood. Bloody hell. There's a lot going on here, guys. There's a lot going on. So, it's Carl. I'm sorry. Carl, that kills people. So, where did we get to? So, Search Henry Jr., search. 3 of the 5 presidents of the company died under suspicious circumstances. Carl, Ernie, who was his cousin, right? Or was he his second cousin? Carl's second cousin. Carl's second cousin. See, I don't know where any of that goes on a family tree. Like second cousins and shit. Like, my brain doesn't understand any of that. So Clancy was his dad. Clancy's brothers would be his uncles. Their kids would be his cousins. Where did you get second cousin from? I don't know. I'll come back to that. So there's somebody called Guy. So it was one of the presidents. Guy Roottrees. Nothing. Well, if he was a president, like, surely. God damn. Wait a minute, I need to go through what we've got again. Okay. If I search too many things, I'm gonna get more stuff. When we've already got like a shit ton of evidence, man. Oh, there's the flyer. 3 generations of miracles. Shiva candle, Paris, the free spirits. Okay. There's still loads, guys. There's still loads. I'm confusing myself. So, Lauren's research. Well, Lauren's diaries, I guess. An entry titled Sam from Lauren Roottrees' diary in 1963. From a previous entry, you learned that Elias Roottree had given in to his wife and announced that Sam, an obscure relative, was to be included in family gatherings. Included... But it's Sam in quotation marks. Gwyneth has been pushing to include Sam for quite some time. Lauren writes, "Why Sam? I have many distant relatives I've never met. After all, Granny had sisters and Granddad had a brother or two. But I was told trim their branches from the family tree. So why is Sam special? Nothing adds up and I'm not the only one to realise." Angie summoned all the next gens to a secret meeting in Zach's office. Gwyn's in Paris, but the rest of us, including Miracle's boys, So Miracle had sons. So we know they're guys. Okay. Spent ages trying to unravel the mystery. I didn't recognize Sam at Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy last year. At the reception, when I asked who he was, Pop shushed me and said it was complicated. Okay. Clancy swore he saw Sam working alongside the farmhands EC and John when he used to drive past the old Anderson farm. So what was her name now? Gwyneth Anderson's family farm. Upon hearing that, Zach checked the records and managed to confirm all three are on the books. So Sam, EC, and John. Sam, EC, and John all worked together on the Anderson farm. All worked together. 1 minute. It's going to annoy me again that there's no stop. Jess, don't forget to grab your boba tea as well. I've set it to give you a flavor, like a random flavor of boba tea. I want to see what everyone gets. I need to make it so that I can grab unlimited boba tea, because like I want to just grab loads. Brown sugar, nice. I'm excited to see what everyone gets. Brown sugar is my favorite. You got the good one. Is your favorite as well? Jess, are we just the same freaking person? Like, yeah. Found out we got too much in common yesterday with the Macarena Teddy and the fact that we're gorilla and we're both called our mother the mothership. Redeem the code Oddly Schnoog for unlimited boba. Boba me. Not the Oddly Schnoog. Don't hit me with the Oddly Schnoog. Boba me, for God's sake. I don't know how he comes up with this shit, guys. I really don't know. Mega! Okay, I make too many notes, and now I'm just confusing myself. Like, I thought I was being organized, now I'm confused. Eli, Miracle's youngest, not my brother. Eli even chimed in, apparently when he was riding his minibike. Okay, Eli, the Miracle's youngest, not my brother. So, Eli, Miracle's youngest. Well, her brother was Clancy. Well, she's got other brothers, hasn't she? Oh, she has a brother Eli as well. We know one of these is an Eli, but there's Eli Jr., Eli M, Elias C, Elias M. Wasn't there an Elias Jr.? I don't know. I can't remember. There's an Elias M and an Elias C. She said, not my brother. Would her brother have been an M or a EC? So there's Eli C, who was a farmhand. So was it Eli C? Was a farmhand? So he wouldn't be Miracle's youngest, right? Wait a minute, it looks too spaced out if I put a space, and then it looks not spaced enough if I don't. Okay. So is that Eli C, the farmhand? Which means her brother would presumably be Eli M. I'm not sure if this is the right place to put him. He might be over here. If this is the right Eli. But I think this is her brother. Because in this photo... she said he's the one that looked most like her dad. So I think that is her brother. I think he's M. I think he's Elias M. But let's see. Let's see, shall we? Apparently when he was riding his mini bike alongside the farm a few weeks ago, Sam gave him some old tools and taught him how to make the bike's engines faster. None of us think that proper for a multitude of reasons, but Eli certainly seems thrilled. Okay, Eli Miracle's youngest, not my brother. So the other Eli, though, Miracle's youngest, would be Eli C. But Eli C was a farmhand. And if he was Miracle's youngest, he wouldn't be a farmhand, right? I don't know. Could he maybe be Eli C? I'm going to end up confusing myself now. Elias C? Oh, wait. What have I just done? Okay, 1 minute. Get rid of that. I've confused myself again. Eli, Miracle's youngest, not my brother. Yeah, which means she had a brother Eli. Okay, yeah, so I have done that right, I think. So we've done her brother Eli, not that one, Miracle's youngest. So I think he might be an Eli. Miracle had sons. One might be Eli C. Okay. Because EC and John... Okay, I think is I jumped to conclusions before I fully read all of the information, and then you read the info and you're like... Ah, right, I could have figured that out 1,000,000 times faster if I just read it all. At the end of the day, nothing explains why an outsider has cozied into family affairs, especially one who works on the farm of all places. Yeah, Sam. Whatever happened to blood is thicker than syrup. Why is Granddad making an exception now? So did Granddad have, like, a love child? Or maybe Gwyneth had a love child? Right, where's the option for where on the tree is secret love child? Of Elias. Elias is her granddad, isn't it? Her dad was Clancy, so her granddad would be Elias. Okay, someone's had a kid. One of the final entries called Clark, written in 1964, so this is her son. Clark's getting married, and in my opinion, far too young. He's barely 18, for God's sake, and Danielle isn't much older. But openly confronting them would make me a hypocrite. After all, Jacob and I got married at 16. Clark, like the rest of his generation, is a free spirit. What else do you call a group of kids growing up with more money than any person can spend? They all aspire to be musicians and artists and dancers and all sorts of nonsense. The only one who has any discipline is Carl, because that's because Pop forced Clancy to send him to the academy. Maybe I'm just getting old, but our generation was never so bad. My brothers all seemed to pursue paths of knowledge, and the most rebellious thing any of us ever did was bring home someone who would be illegal to marry if we lived anywhere south of Pennsylvania. Pop seems to have gotten over it because Edward's set to take over his department once he retires. And as for me, my first published book, Swashbuckle My Heart, is based on the pirate stories I used to invent with Jacob when we were walking in the woods after school. I think he'd be proud that Clark and I are carrying on his name. Even my cousins are doing well. Zach's not a bad president after all, and his sister seems to be doing a good job raising her twins. Gwyn is Gwyn, but at least she came out of the divorce with her head held high. She even told us she might come home next year so we can meet her kids. But the free spirits, in any other family, they'd all end up on the streets, even Clark. Okay, there's some things here we need to Google, but I'm going to confuse myself if I try and write everything down. So we've got Danielle, who Clark presumably gets married to. So Clark considering he was 18, I assume she would be his first wife. Danielle Franks. Da-da-da. Let's have a look. Nothing. I didn't think so. Danielle Franks. And then... One second. Confused. Okay, names. Danielle Franks. So the thing is, I'm not supposed to be writing down people of actual note. I don't think she's someone of note because she's not an important one on the tree. But I'm just obsessed with taking notes, okay? I know she's not a notable. I still want to take these notes. Let me get overwhelmed, okay? Not Clancy's, Clark's first wife. So it doesn't last. He's a free spirit. We already knew that. I think I wrote that down. Lauren's son is part of the free spirits. Yes. The only one who has any discipline is Carl. Free spirits. So the generation after her. Yes. So Carl Roottrees. That's because Pop forced Clancy to send him to the academy. Okay, so her dad... One minute, is Pop her granddad? Oh, Clancy's her brother, right. Her dad forced her brother to send Carl to the academy. Right, yeah, makes sense. Maybe I'm just getting old, but our generation was never so bad. All any of us ever did, the worst thing any of us ever did was bring home someone who'd be illegal to marry if we lived anywhere south of Pennsylvania. How'd you spell Pennsylvania? How'd you spell it? So I spell Pennsylvania. I think I got it right. Damn, I did. Okay, so we definitely want to write that. Descriptions. Most rebellious thing we ever did was bring home somebody that would be legal to marry if we lived anywhere south of Pennsylvania. Okay, nope. Pennsylvania marriage? Oops. Marriage? I don't know. Okay. South Pennsylvania. South of Pennsylvania. Okay. I think I know, but I don't think we've got any pictures of them. Right? If I'm thinking right, we don't have any pictures of them. I don't think. Oh. This one might be promising. This photo has a note attached from your employer. Every 20 or so years, the Roottrees would hold a big reunion and recreate an old family photo. This was from the 70s. Carl's the teenager in the middle. Sorry about the water damage. A pipe burst in Carl's office. On the back of the photo, in childish print writing, it says November. There's somebody called November. There are also a large number of cursive signatures. They include Bonnie, next president Guy Hudson. Okay, shit, 1 minute. Okay, Guy Hudson. Shit. Why am I letting myself get so overwhelmed, man? Okay, so Guy Hudson. Ernie Jr., Caroline, Gwyneth M., Gwendolyn, Miracle Jr., Jim Roottree, Clark, Carl, and Eli M. Is that November? 1 minute. I know there's somebody called November. November Roottree. T frickin' he. November. Damn it. That's a lot of people, guys. That is a lot of people right there. Okay. Is her mother there? She had, I think, she's the one that had twins. I'm so confused, man. She's in another photo. She's in the... I'm getting sidetracked again. Alright, we can't follow a lead with her in, although I need to keep note of that. I can't remember what I was doing. My book. Okay. We're still looking at Lauren's stuff. Keep on that, Georgia. Keep on that. So we got a clue about that. Pop seems to have gotten over it because Edward is set to take over his department. So Edward Roottree, in her generation. So who's she in? She's the next generation, isn't she? Edward presumably is the father of that little girl. But which one is Edward? Is he one of Miracle's kids? Because he's wearing sunglasses inside. Miracle had problems with his eyes. So if he's one of Miracle's sons... And then, I don't know, is he one of Miracle's sons? I don't know. So if he's one of Miracle's sons, I don't know, he might be Miracle Jr. or something. This is the main... These are the main ones, right? So that's her and her siblings. So, is it this boy? They all the free spirits. Sorry, not the free spirits, the next generation. So they're all the next generation. But these 4 here are her and her brothers. So presumably one of them is the one that married somebody who it would be illegal to marry south of Pennsylvania. Presumably one of these guys. Oh, it's not him. Who's he? Oh god, my brain is fried already. If she's of note, could it be her? Is she right? Is she November? What names we got? Christensen, Cottrell. There's one that's just called Eloise with no last name. Oh, 1 minute. She said something about Grandpa's over it because Edward. So he's so the other one is Edward. Grandpa seems to be over it because Edward is set. Pop seems to have gotten over it because Edward is set to take over his department. So was he set to take over his department or set to become the next president? Was he the 4th president? Maybe. Because he's the 5th, he's the 4th. No. Set to take over his department, and her dad was a lawyer. Brain fried. Pop seems to have gotten over it because Edward's set to take over his department once he retires. So he was also a lawyer then? Is he also a lawyer? Oi. So could Eloise be his wife? She's the only one without a last name. Deborah Bean? Okay. Garcia. Landon LaRue, Madsen. The kid would be a Roottrees. 1 child. Presumably somebody where there's only one of that last name. So Deborah Bean, Patricia Christensen, Louisa Garcia, Bonnie Hudson. There's still too many options there. So let's go back to this. And write down Lauren's brother. Edward married someone it would be illegal to marry south of Penn. Yes, so Southern America in the 60s. And also, we think... Where's the part about Miracle having 2 sons? Lauren's notes. Another... A Miracle Jr. So, Miracle. Back on Miracle. His youngest might have been Eli, which means his oldest would presumably be this guy, who is also Miracle Jr. I think, because Miracle had problems with his eyes. He's wearing sunglasses inside. Like, I don't even know if that's a clue. But could it be that he's also got problems with his eyes? So he's related to Miracle. So he might be Miracle Jr. Okay. So now I'm going to leave that for now. Leave it as it is. And I have a lot in my to-do list, so I'm going to go through that. Well, we need to pick something and like go through it till it's done. So I want to go through Lauren's evidence. Wait, is that all of it now? Yeah, that was the final page. Okay. And Zach's not a bit. Okay, Angie had twins, so that's also a note. Lauren's page. Angie had twins. And then we're done with Lauren's. This piece of evidence about Lauren. I think, in terms of notes. So what lead do we want to follow next? I don't know, because I've got this whole Thomas Overwood, Operation RT29, Clark, Chris. I don't even know if that's something, but it just stood out to me. The Mayan Ruby Skull. A lot of it might not even come up with anything, but I'm also scared to type stuff in and it turns out that loads more stuff comes up, you know? I want to go through what I've already got rather than adding more. Okay. Let's do Thomas Overwood. Okay, so Thomas Overwood leads somewhere. And then Operation R2T9 also leads somewhere. Clark Rafferty. I'm not looking yet. I just want to do a bit of scaling down. A few fan sites for the band Jim and Diamond. There's someone called Jim, wasn't there? Jim Roottrees. Band comes up called Jim and Diamond. A few fan sites for the band Jim and Diamond seem to mention that he used to make music. Who used to make music? Jim and Diamond used to make music with Clark Rafferty. They mention an album called These Times. These times. Honestly, guys, I'm so sorry about this. Like, my brain's so confused. You know? Sometimes I forget I'm doing this live. Like, I'm just inside my head. This whole game. Potentially a lead. Oops, skip the song again. Nothing comes up for Chris. But where did I get it from that he might be a relation of Clark? Don't remember where I got that information from now. That he could be a relation of Clark. Shitty shit, shitty shit, shit. 1 minute. Pretty consistently across. I'm just gonna do something quick. I don't know, do you think the sub goal and bits goal are fine where they are, or do you want me to move them to the bottom right of the screen? I'm just thinking about that. Because like on the computer, I don't know if it's a bit distracting that they're in the... They're at the top there, like if they'd be better in the bottom right. So I don't know where I got Chris Rafferty from again now. I've confused myself. Somewhere in the terminology. Sorry, somewhere in the descriptions. Nope. Okay, of course. Where did I get Chris frickin' Rafferty from? This is what I do. I try to stay organized, and instead I'm like, what the fuck have I done? This music's kind of scary. I'm not gonna lie. So Lauren's son was in the Free Spirits. I know that. We know that. Done evidence surrounding Lauren. Search Lauren Rafferty. John Lauren's brothers. I don't think it's going to come up again about Gwen and Harrison Lane, but just in case. Gwen married and divorced Bill Williams. We don't know who Will is. Sorry, yeah, Bill. Could be Linus Cornwall, but we're not finding anything for Linus Cornwall right now. Zach. We've done Zach. Just figured out Elias Jr. and Miracle Roottrees go back for kids. So this is the note I left myself last night, so I'd know where to pick up today. I think we've got that as well now, but I'm going to keep it there for a second. Okay, Miracle. Network. I did search this up already, right? Power of the Lord coming down to a town near you. Any Miracle Roottrees estate? Nothing. Miracles Roottrees. The plural of multiple people named Miracles Roottrees is Miracles Roottrees, because pluralizing things like that is fun. Miracle arrived so late in his father's life. For the birth out late, he had loads of problems, regained his sight. 23 years later, Miracle Roottrees Jr. arrived, became the family's second vessel for the higher power. So that would be this one, Roottrees Miracle Jr. And he was also, he did the same thing as his dad, didn't he? So would he be a preacher? Son of a preacher man. At 18, he unburdened himself from the Roottrees name, took his father's testimony to a whole new level, spread the gospel across the entirety of New England. One minute. Guys, I don't know my geography and shit. I know New England's America, right? I know that bit, I just don't know where. But he's in that photo. So this is them, the next generation. So he's in there. Is he the one that married somebody that it would be illegal to marry south of Pennsylvania? Maybe. I don't know. No? Okay. What do we want to do then? Okay. I didn't know if the part about New England might be important. He's since left the life of glamour and glitz. The power of the Lord coming to a town near you. Okay, so... I think we've searched that now. Then we've got... It's kind of satisfying erasing them, you know, Jim. Oops, Roottrees. Let's look into him. James Roottrees. Ah, I knew something would come up about you. Jim, put him down the bottom because I'm working on that now. Jim Roottrees. James Roottrees is a singer who sings in the duo Jim and the Diamond. Okay. Let's get rid of this. So, delete that. Jim and the Diamond is James Roottrees. Jim being James Roottrees. The duo, along with his wife, Diamond LaRue. Okay, James Roottrees and his wife, Diamond LaRue. The duo, according to many sources you find, is considered a one-hit wonder due to the disco song Rollin' On Down to the City. Although Jim writes the majority of songs, plays the guitar, and often sings, Diamond is considered by fans to be the band's lead singer. Okay, maybe. The band never had another hit, but has its fans who refer to themselves as Diamond's Dazzlers. The rest of their music is more folksy and acoustic than the one song they were known for. Jim and Diamond have continued to release music through the 80s and early 90s. Other albums you find mentioned are Cherry Tree and Sound of Laughter. Albums... Excuse me. Cherry Tree and Sound of Laughter. Big hit was Rollin' On Down to the City. Save note. Put that there. These need to be at the bottom. There we go. Jim being James Roottrees and Diamond being his wife, Diamond LaRue. Okay. Right, I gotta go set up for a stream. I'll talk later if you're still here. Bye, Jazz. Have a great stream. What are you gonna play? Thank you so much for being here. I'm gonna be a bit lost without you, I think. I'm gonna be a bit lost without you, to be honest. 1 minute. Sub goal. I'm gonna move them down to the bottom right. Have a great stream. Try to remember to focus on one person at a time. It's hard. It's hard, man. My brain. I got ADHD, man. This game is not meant for people with ADHD. Jim has become a bit of a recluse and hasn't made a public appearance since 1996. What was the time cubes thing? Nothing relevant. Wait. You begin to read this site and come to the conclusion that the words "no relevant results" isn't a strong enough description for what you're seeing here. Oh, for fuck's sake. I got my hopes up then. It's a massive column of technical terms that aren't real and confusing rants you can't find any meaning in. Great. I don't know why I thought that would be relevant, but like, I don't know, it just like stuck out to me. I'm just going to keep it there anyway, even though I don't think it's going to be like relevant at all in the slightest. So then we've done that. Done Thomas Overwood, Chris Rafferty. What did we do for Chris Rafferty? Didn't say anything for Chris, did it? Nothing comes up about Chris, but where did I get Chris from? Where did I see Chris come up? Feck's sake. One of the Raffertys. So presumably one of Clark's sons. Chris Rafferty. Possibly one of Clark's children. And then 3 of the presidents of the company died in suspicious circumstances. Carl, Ernie Madsen Jr. and Guy Hudson. So, Guy Hudson. God, let's... Okay, I need to stick to one thing. Let's leave Guy Hudson for now. Let's leave that. We have tons of new evidence. So... Rolling on Down to the City was barely a top 20 hit for a few weeks in 1979. According to the liner notes... 1 minute. Did I write that it was an album? I've put big hot. Oops. Hit. Okay. According to the liner notes, it satirizes how a part of society was content to remain indifferent to economic inflation and civil unrest in the Middle East, unless pop culture tricked them into caring. Somewhat ironically, listeners didn't seem to pay attention to the lyrics enough to trick them into caring. Instead, most of its play came from roller discos. Because it was such a product of its time, it doesn't get much play anymore, even on stations that play oldies. This image is from an auction for a sealed copy. It has a sticker that says, "Only the great-grandson of Elias Roottrees could make disco this sweet." Grandson of Elias Roottrees. And he's Jim Roottrees. Grandson of Elias. So... either... oh no, wait, that's Angie. So gotta be Elias Jr.'s kid, right? Presumably, because if it's Elias's grandson, we've got all of Clancy's kids. She only had one child. Miracle's other kid is Elias C., I think. And then her kids were Zach and Angie, which leaves just this kid. So was he maybe James Roottrees? What did he do? Artist. This is the occupation of baby. Why is that one? Comedians. Was he a singer? Kind of. Retail, public speaker. Politics, model, mechanic. Would he be artist? And she'd be Diamond. Very cool name, by the way, Diamond LaRue. Let me just search James again. He's a singer. But singer isn't an occupation. So would he be classed as an artist? Dancer, doctor, driver, farmer, firefighter, housewife, interior design, lawyer, manufacturing, media mogul, model, musician. God's sake, musician. So I assume that's his kid. So is he one of these? Because of where that goes? You might be getting that completely wrong. It's credited to Peter Janowitz from MMM. Okay, Peter. How do you spell Peter Janowitz? Janowitz. Peter Janowitz seems to be a music critic. You find him mentioned on a website about a band unrelated to the Roottrees. He used to work for Modern Music Monthly before the magazine went under. So Modern Music Monthly. Peter. Let's try that. Modern Music Monthly. Seriously doesn't come up as one? Oh, new periodical and added. Okay, so what do I need to type in? I've typed in Peter. James. Jim. Roottree. Modern Music Monthly has played host to many Roottree advertisements over the year for many of their products, including 5 pieces. They flood the results. Jim and Diamond? Ha! A review and interview. Nice, nice, nice. 1 minute. Modern Music. 1 minute. I'm confusing myself, guys, but Modern Music Monthly. I can't highlight that. Is it here anywhere? Oh, 1 minute. Highlight. Magazine that went under. A review and an interview from 1979 titled A Reluctant Hitmaker. Jim goes into his first band. Is a reluctant hitmaker anything? I doubt it. No. The interview is titled A Reluctant Hitmaker. Until a few years ago, Diamond and I were in C and J, J and D with my cousin and his ex. Ah, for God's sake. Where do I want to put that info? Right. The cousin was Clark. The cousin was Clark. And his ex. Clark and his ex. Danielle Franks, presumably. C and J, J and D. Yeah, C and J. James and Diamond. Clark. And what did I say her name was? Danielle. So J and D's got to be James and Diamond. Diamond and Jane. Okay, so Jane. There's a Jane. Until a few years ago, Diamond and I were in seeing J&D with my cousin and his ex. Clark never knew his father, so our grandpop insisted in spending time with my dad and me. As a result, Clark and I grew up like brothers. Diamond and Jane, on the other hand, are actually sisters. So the four of us had sort of a cutesy family band thing going on, not our finest hour. Regardless, when Diamond walked in on Clark in bed with her youngest sister, everything exploded. No more family band. Shit, man. The only thing Clark and I had in common was music, but even then we never agreed on what it should be. He was always more interested in catchy tunes, something you hum a week later. I've been told Roland's like that, but that wasn't my goal. When he called me up and said he liked it, I took it as a sign I was going in the wrong direction musically. That made him laugh, but I'm trying to make art. I don't mind saying any of this because he'd agree. For the most of the decade he was a mess, but he's a lot happier now. He started Raffa Tunes, so... Raffa Tunes. Search. Clark has an ex called Jane. So what was it? When Diamond walked in on Clark in bed with her youngest sister. So Diamond's youngest sister, because there is more than one LaRue, I think, slept with Diamond LaRue's sister. I can't believe he's saying all this in a freaking newspaper, like, in a magazine. Like, he's just come out and said all that. Like, jeez. He's much better jingle writer than a songwriter. One of the benefits of our famous family is a massive company willing to be a client. That's also how my father was connected to Roottrees. All of his old ad campaigns. He was an architect. So I don't think James does go here. Because if his dad was an architect, that wouldn't make any sense. All of his old ad campaigns were hung on the walls over the record player, but I was never interested. I just went straight for the music. I guess Clark was paying more attention. That's got to be the wrong place then. Because James's dad, being an architect, doesn't line up with the ad. All of his old ad campaigns were hung on the walls. Okay, so I think that one's wrong. So we should write that down as well. Put James in the wrong place. Oh, my eyes are burning today, guys. Like, I'm really tired. Oh, I mean, to be fair, I was up till like 5 a.m. yesterday and only slept for 5 hours, so that might have something to do with why I feel a little bit shit, but who knows? Who knows? It's just too hard to tell. Right, I'm just gonna get food a sec. Wrong scene? Oh my god. My chair got stuck, guys. My chair, the stream chair, got stuck. God's sake. I had to go and get a little bit of foodage. Brain food, guys. Brain food. Need to knuckle down. Okay, what are we doing? So we think I've put James in the wrong place, but I don't know how I've put James in the wrong place, because it said he was the grandson of Elias. I think he's one of the only grandchildren we haven't figured out. A minute, where did I get it from that he's the grandchild of Elias? Because did it say Elias, like the OG Elias? Or the grandson of a different Elias? For God's sake, where did I get it from that he was the grandson? It was the evidence. Great grandson. Jesus Christ. Okay, big glaring word missing there, G. Great grandson of Elias Roottrees. Definitely wrong then. So he's the great grandson of Elias Roottrees. Great grandson of Elias. His dad was he in politics? He said about having ad campaigns and stuff. So, okay. That might have to be one we put a pin in. I had to mute myself while I chewed so you guys aren't subjected to that. Okay. So his dad was in politics, but none of the children were in politics. We've sorted all his kids out. They had her and her only. Preacher. Which means maybe it's one of her children. Wait, her children are Angelica and Zach. Oh, the dad. Was James Morden into politics? I don't know. Okay, let's leave that lead for now. So, what were we on? Evidence. We were looking at the computer. We've read all of that now. Our famous family is a massive company willing to be a client. That's how my dad was connected to the Roottrees. Massive company willing to be a client. So he's not a Roottree by name, which makes sense, right? Because Gwendolyn, was that her name? Gwendolyn? Gwendolyn was a Roottree. James Morden in politics. But then, yeah, James. His name's Jim Roottrees, James. So, like, James Sr. in a way. I've lost my train of thought again. Right, I'm doing it again, guys. I'm doing it again. Great-grandson, not grandson. So they're his kids. They're their kids. He'll be somewhere along this line. Okay. Because he's a great-grandchild, not a grandchild. God, I need to get that through my head. Great-grandson. There's too many open ones, though. So he had a kid, he had kids. It might have been an only child. I don't know. We don't have enough information on that right now. But we've got a note on it. And now we're going to go back to this. Music and lyrics by Jim Roottrees, vocals by Jim Roottrees and Diamond LaRue. 1 second. Did we finish? Yeah, we did finish reading that. Jim Roottrees is on the notable Roottrees list in your evidence. Oh, so he's got he'll be marked on the chart with a star. Why am I such an idiot? So he'll be one of the grandkids with a star next to him. So that's his kids. That's their grandkids. We still don't know what Elias M did, so it could be here. I think that's got to be him. I think he's the only one of the great-grandchildren with a star. So that's her kids. That's their kids. That's his kid. That's their kid. His kid. Her kid. His kid. The only one with a star. So that's got to be Jim. So this has got to be James Roottrees. Musician. I feel like I'm getting it. It's just taking me forever to get there, you know? Like, it shouldn't be taking me this long. I'm sorry. Diamond LaRue. Nice. So we've got their bit. Just read more, Georgia. Read more. Jesus Christ. The lyrics of the song contain no clues. Rolling, rolling, rolling on down to the city. Saturday night and you're quite a sight. The world must be burning, but I'm feeling right. Making ends meet to pay rent and eat. We can't afford gas, so we skate in the street. The guys all rush to say that I'm pretty. Ladies blush and find me so witty. They're out of luck tonight. What a pity. We're rolling, rolling, rolling on. This sounds like a good song, you know, man. I like it. On wheels we glide with you by my side. Inflation is rising, but so is our pride. Pick our own fate. Make love, not hate. They fight overseas, but we'd rather skate. The guys all rush, say I'm pretty. Ladies blush and find me witty. They're out of luck tonight. What a pity. We're rolling, rolling, rolling on down to the city. Politicians at large are all hopeless. So did he have a bad relationship with his dad? It kind of sounded like it from the news thingy. The periodical we just read. The bankers in charge are all clowns, but parties sell better than protests. So signs up while we boogie down, 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 down. The guys are saying pretty. Okay, rolling down to the sea. Okay, so he's definitely there. So his dad would have been in politics, right? So does that mean I've got it correct because of this up here? Is that way of actually knowing whether you got it right or not? No, it still says 15 out of 18. I thought it would change. And then he didn't say anything about who his mom was, did he? No. I'm confused. I don't think he is in the right place still. Because he said that's how his dad was involved with the Roottrees family, which makes it sound like his dad was not a Roottree. He got involved through being a client, which means his dad can't be Elias Roottrees, who is a Roottree. But then he's also the only great-grandchild with a star. He's the only great-grandchild that none of these down here have stars. Like, he's got to be there. Unless he means that's what his dad did for the Roottrees, like within the family. Okay. Maybe I just read it wrong then. Okay. Sounds like he might have had a bad relationship with his dad. So we've done that one. This one got something new. After some time, they returned with new resources, a photo of Carl's generation taken in the mid to late 1970s, as well as some papers and mail from his office. They said they would return again later. Not long before they were set to return, you heard something odd on the radio. The photo you were given may have been stolen from Carl's office. The newscast I mentioned, you could search online to find out more. We did it. DWRTD News. We did that. Miracle Jr. Jim Roottree. Probably should be doing the starred ones first. Miracle Jr. makes sense. Red Roottree, so we don't know who that is. So let's try and figure out James. We got any more on James? That's Miracle. Want to focus on James. Want to focus on James. Photo has a note attached from your employer. Here's a bonus. When I pulled the water damage picture of the free spirits out of the frame, this fell out too. Written on the back is couldn't make the reunion, wishing you well from Paris. Gwen and the boys. Yeah. She said Gwen was in Paris at the time of this photo. Wait, was it this photo? I think it was. I think it's in Lauren's notes. Gwen is Gwen. There was something about Gwen was in Paris. I can't remember which photo that was. Also, she had a song called Swashbuckle My Heart. Sorry, a book. It was a book, wasn't it? Swashbuckle My Heart. Lauren. I want to do the game again and do it better this time. I'm taking too long to do everything. Oh, Swashbuckle My Heart, Lauren Roottree. Based on the pirate stories I used to invent with Jacob when we were walking in the woods after school. I thought it might be relevant. I thought it might come up with something about those woods or something, you know? Okay, so Swashbuckle My Heart wasn't anything. Sorry, I keep muting while I'm eating. Dad was in politics. I think James is in the right place now. Because if he's not, I sure as hell don't know where else he goes. Definitely said great and not great, right? The great-grandson. Well, there's nowhere else he could go. And then we've got this photo too. Extra photo of Gwen. Where is Gwen? Extra photo of Gwen and her 2 kids. I don't know which is the oldest, which is the youngest though. He looks definitely older. So that's her and her boys. This photo is tucked inside an envelope with a letter beneath a candle in the corner of his office. The letter says, "To Carl and Brenda, I'm sorry that you were unable to attend the funeral. It's traditional to have it as soon as possible, and Ernie, more than anyone else on Earth, knew how busy your job can be. I've enclosed a Shiva candle identical to ours if you'd like to pay your respects, though it's not expected for those outside of the faith to do so. Ernie was a man full of love, not only for his family but for his family's legacy. He had an immense amount of pride for the work you 3 did together, as well as how Carl has carried on for him after taking over." Carl took over from Ernie. Yeah, because his dad was a professor. So the 4th president would be Carl. Ernie. Ernie was his second cousin, right? I don't understand how second cousins work on a family tree, though. Surely if he was a president, he should have a star next to his name. Then again, Zach doesn't, and he was one of the presidents. As for myself, it's impossible to express my gratitude enough for rescuing us from the panic and burden of endless bills. Though we called it too late for him to get on the donor list, the company took care of us beyond our wildest expectations. It went unsaid at the time, but Ernie and I knew it had to have been Carl that convinced the trust, and that it was no coincidence it happened shortly after your visit, Brenda. So Ernie was in a car accident. Was it a car accident? He was hit by a drunk driver or something, right? I think. If he was hit by a drunk driver, then that is an accident. Unless it's being covered up. I'm too stupid to play this game, man. Up until the end, Ernie and I had to stay strong, especially for Nicole. We could never have done that without the 2 of you fighting. Much love, Debbie. Okay, so Debbie, presumably Ernie's wife. Nicole is their child. Where did I write about Ernie last? Ernie Jr. Okay, spider search. Ernie Roottrees. Ernie Roottrees Jr. Ernie Jr. Ernie Jr. was a former president of the Roottrees Candy Company. He seemed to directly precede Carl, and one website even says that he was Carl's mentor. He was apparently very successful as a president, but not so much as a public figure. He was rarely seen in public and stepped down due to illness. Oh, so he wasn't the one who died in an accident. Where did I put it? Terminology? No. What did I put about the 3 of them having mysterious deaths? I didn't put what it was. I just said Carl, Ernie, and Guy Hudson. Ernie Madsen. So he was rarely seen in public and stepped down due to illness in 1996. Who else did it say became a recluse? It was James Roottrees, right? I think that it also said didn't really get out much and became a recluse. Sometimes you feel like, wow, I figured that out. I got it. That's so good. That's so cool. And you realise you're actually just being useless. Okay. So yeah, he was a former president. Ernie was a president. What the hell was that? Ernie was a president of the company. Oops. So, Ernie's wife, if I can figure where the hell Ernie goes. Second cousin. So he's got to be like the line before Carl. I think. I think that's Elias. Could he be Ernie? There's 2 kids. I don't know. Where would second cousin go? I don't understand the family trees, guys. I don't understand where... If I knew where a second cousin went, we've got some good info. So, Deborah Bean. Nicole Madsen. So he was Ernie Madsen. Have I already got Madsen on this tree? Oh, I've got Morden. Oh, I thought I already had Madsen there, and I was like, yeah. It was definitely an E, wasn't it? Well, when you put in Ernie, no one comes up. Oh, Ernest. So there's an Ernest Jr. Presumably, is this about Ernest or Ernest Jr.? Presumably Ernest Jr. because Ernest Jr. was a president, and it says that Carl took over from Ernie. So Ernie Jr. was... Who's Ernest Madsen? For God's sake! Is that definitely how you spell it? Damn it, yes. Nothing for Ernest Madsen. Okay, I feel like there's nothing more we can do with that one right now then. Ooh, okay. A child of a parent's cousin. I've never had any second cousins, okay? So, parent's cousin. So, his cousins would be... Right, there is brothers and sisters. That's his dad. did it say? A child of one parent's first cousin. So that's his parent. That's his dad. So this would be his aunt and uncles. On this line, so one of their children. Wait, was he first or second cousin? No, because first cousin would just be cousin. I'm getting myself confused. So one of their kids. Maybe him. Because that's Angelica. No, that would just be cousin, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that just be your cousin? Oh no, they'd be cousins. This is his okay. I'm so confused again now. It's too hot in here, okay? So that's his parents. That's his dad. So their kids would be his cousins. So a child of a parent's first cousin. Yeah. So one of these guys. Oh, so unless it's him. I think he is an Elias. This one. Could Ernie be here? And then Ernie Jr. What if he went over here? Must be this one, because he had two kids, right? Nicole. And presumably Ernie Jr. Whilst this... he only had one child, which would be just Nicole. So then who would Ernie Jr. be? Nicole looks quite young. So she would be Nicole. Ooh, Nicole Smith or Nicole Madsen. Because Debbie's Debbie Bean. So Nicole can't be his child? Oh, fucking hell. Because Ernie... oh no, Ernie Madsen. Nicole Madsen. Ernie wasn't a Rootree. How did Ernie end up being president? Wait, if Ernie wasn't a Rootree... oh, I mean, Ernie Jr., sorry, would be the president. I was thinking it would be Ernie Jr. So this would have to be Ernie Jr. And then he took over. Because that would be... I'm confused again. Is dad? So your parents' first cousins. His parents, his dad's cousins, would be these children. So unless this was Ernie. No, they're not Rootree. Gwyneth Madsen. Okay, so let's hold on to that. What if that was Gwyneth Madsen? And then this was Ernie. Sorry, Ernest Jr. Who married Debbie Bean. Deborah Bean. And had... But if he's Ernest Jr., that would make him Ernest. Oh, I'm so confused. And he's not... He's logged in. He's confirmed Elias Jr. God, I'm confused again now. Because if that's Ernie Jr., then the dad would be Ernest. Fucking hell. Was there anything in here about an Ernie? We've looked at everything now. God's sake. There's something about Sam as well that we haven't revisited. Ernie Jr. Bonnie, next president Guy Hudson. Ernie. But Ernie was president. So after Guy Hudson died, Ernie must have took over. So that's not in order then. That's so annoying. Bonnie, next president Guy Hudson. Ernie Jr. Well, who was Ernie? Who was Ernest? Jesus. Alright, I need a minute. 1 minute. 1 minute. Childish print writing. So I do believe that that might be her. That might be November. Bonnie, next president. This is when I need Jess, man. Where's Jess? Realize how useless I am without Jess. There's an extra photo of Carl. 1 minute. There's Carl in the middle. The Free Spirit was Clark's generation. So where's Clark again? Here. Genealogy for dunces. Okay, God, that noise is very creepy. Clark's generation and the Free Spirits. So Ernie Jr. would presumably be along this line. Because if that's the Free Spirits and Ernie Jr. is in it, that must be Ernie and that must be Ernie Jr. But then wouldn't that make him Carl's cousin, not second cousin? Let's say this is Ernest, because he was a free spirit, Ernest Jr., which would make this Ernest Madsen. I wasn't even looking. His wife is literally Gwyneth Madsen. That's where Madsen comes from. Oh my god. I hate myself. So we've got Ernie Madsen, Ernest, who married Deborah, who is this photo, and they had Nicole. Where is she? Nicole Madsen. So he would be the 4th president. How the shit do I know what Nicole was? Okay. I can't type. Nicole Madsen. You're kidding. I want to lock those 3 in. What were you, Nicole? Where's that piece of evidence again? That's definitely Nicole. I feel like we've lost that lead now because there's nothing about who Nicole was. His wife was Gwyneth Madsen, right? Ernest Madsen. Oh, sorry. Elias's wife was Gwyneth Madsen. So Gwyneth would be in that photo. Eli M, so Elias Madsen, is... Which one's Elias Madsen? Oh wait, it was Elias Roottrees, not Elias Madsen. Who's Eli M then? Eli M was one of these, wasn't he? Eli M. Kim. Okay, so we've got that. I think there's only Elias C left now. Okay, so that's what he looked like. And then we've got to pick him out. Oh no, sorry, Eli Roottrees isn't here, is she? Is he? Gwyneth M. If he married Gwyneth, she's not a free spirit. Because he's not a free spirit. He's a 5-piece. So who's Gwyneth M if not Gwyneth Madsen? Because the whole point of this picture is it's supposed to be the free spirits. But Gwendolyn also wasn't a free spirit. Gwendolyn is here. She would be a 5-piece. So are they standing with their kids? Oh, fuck's sake. Ew, that literally says Eli. Ooh, I've only just noticed. It literally says Eli. Presumably that's Gwen. This one, the sort of red-headed one. Oh, there is no other photo of her. I thought the red-headed one would be her. I'm trying to stick with one thing, guys, and I keep going all over the place. Help. Send help. I'm too slow with this. That's definitely not that Elias. That is her brother. Lauren's brother. Oh. There is no second photo for him. Don't tell me I've got bits wrong, because I'm going to start screaming. There's no... If he's an Eli, there's no second photo for him either. We need one with a second photo. Okay. Same thing comes up. I just wondered because if she's in the right place, there should be an extra photo. If they're in the right place, which I feel like they've got to be, there's an extra photo for her. But I don't know where you'd find that. But he's got to be there, because he was the great-grandson. And that's the only starred great-grandson. What if we do red? Okay. Oh no, you find information on a website about strange historical facts. Aloysius Herring Roottrees, what, red herring, aka Red, was an appointed judge and politician who earned his name ironically because he was the ambassador to Ireland for only 6 days. He served what some people contend is the shortest term in history. A few days after he was appointed, he was heard disparaging his position and the Irish people. He then tried to run for state senate. He claimed to be related to the Roottrees Candy Company in a newspaper ad, but it came out the last name was merely a coincidence, and he was defeated in a landslide. Well, that sounds like it could be James's family. That sounds like it could be James's family. His dad was a politician. This is a politician who wasn't a Roottrees and is associated. So that means James isn't here. And that's probably wrong. But if James isn't here, where does he go? Because he's got a star. He's got a star. And it says he's the great-grandson of Elias. That's the only great-grandchild with a star next to it. As grandchildren, so great-grandchildren would be down here. And there isn't one with a star. So where does shit just get James go? I'm just going to put it back in before I get myself confused, even though I think this is definitely wrong now. Oh, I don't know, Jess. I'm all over the frickin' place. How the hell do... People have done this entire game in 4.5 hours. And it's like, how? This is now my, like, what, 7th hour? I just realise how absolutely piss poor I am at these games. Jesus. I'm trying to figure out... Well, I was trying to figure out Ernie, who I had over here. Got Madsen, Ernest Madsen, Ernie Jr., Deborah, their kid Nicole, but then I got a dead end there because I don't know what Nicole did. So we've got Ernie Jr., the president, Deborah, their kid, but I don't know what Nicole did. I don't think I've got any evidence with Nicole on it. Is she just a child? Would she just be baby? No. Well, there isn't child. student. Ah. Okay. We did a lot there in that one. It took me forever to do, but we got quite far in. So James is in the right place. Oh. But his dad... Was his dad cemented? 1 minute. 1 minute, let me look at the tree. Ah, so his dad is wrong. So his dad... is gonna be, oh my god, his dad is gonna be that red herring person, right? But then where does Eli go? Eli M, because he's definitely Lauren's brother, right? Eli M. But I feel like his dad is going to be that red herring. I mean, red herring, I hear it. Unless it really is a red herring. Job is wrong. He said his dad... James Roottrees said his dad had his ad campaigns up all over the house. So I assumed politics. Oh, advertising. Maybe advertising? When I said ad campaign, my brain just went straight to politics. Was he in advertising? Was she in advertising then? That might make sense. If I put something else, that number doesn't change in the top right. No. I thought it might go up when something goes right. When something is right. He won't lock anyway, even if it was right, because I don't have the spouse, and we need more. I've only had to realise that before putting Nicole's information in. It might have locked him in. Okay, now I don't even know where we were. So we've done them. We've done Deborah's. It didn't lock Ernie in though. Oh, he doesn't have a photo. Ernie Jr. Ernie Jr. is somewhere in this photo. I don't know where regular Ernie is. That's not Junior. He's not in this photo. Was Deborah in this photo? No, Nicole's not in this photo either. Which one's Ernie Jr.? If he was the president, I don't know. What kind of outfit would he be wearing? If he was a president. None of these really look like president outfits, to be honest with you. Bonnie, next president. Guy Hudson. And I'm guessing Ernie took over from Guy when Guy died. That must have been the conspiracy people were on about. Is Guy died, Ernie took over, Ernie died, Carl took over, and now Carl's dead. Okay. who's this person then? Aloysius herring root tree. Red herring root tree. So is this just a red herring and he's nobody? And that's why he's called red herring? Is that supposed to be like an in-game joke? Okay. I'm gonna ignore that for now. What was I literally about to Google? I was gonna Google something. I can't remember what it was. Guy. Okay. Fancy Flavors was an addition to the 5-piece product line for less than a year in 1979. It was Guy Hudson's first and historically most cited move as president of Roottrees. So if we go to names, highlight, Hudson. Why would a Hudson be president of Roottrees? So he would be the third president of Roottrees Candy Company. So Zach was second. So maybe one of his kids is Hudson? Did Zach marry a Hudson? Bonnie Hudson. Bonnie, Christopher, and Guy. Ah! Bonnie, Christopher, and Guy. Presumably Guy's older. Because it goes oldest, youngest, doesn't it? Well, if he got to be president, I assume he was the oldest child? Guy Hudson. Third president. I mean, you might want to read again, Georgia, first. You're jumping ahead again. An attempt to cater more towards what he thought the average person wanted, Guy looked at his own wealth, which was often a source of envy for others, and decided to tap into the idea that if they added fancy flavors to 5 pieces, anyone could live like the wealthy. This philosophy led to a flavor in 5 pieces that was meant to mimic caviar. Ew. 5 pieces sold less that year than it had any other year, except in some foreign markets. It was very quickly announced that caviar was meant to be a limited flavor and would go back to normal as soon as possible. Yeah, I would have fucking thought so. Caviar? That's disgusting. At least it means the flavor was spot on. If it tasted gross, then the flavor must have been spot on. So he's somewhere in this pic. Next president, Guy Hudson. Is he this one? I didn't want to do that. That. Family tree. Zach. Is Zach ginger? I can't tell. Which of these would be his kid? The one on the right, right? Sort of same teeth, same eyes. Gingerish hair? And then his wife, who's pregnant with their kid. He looks like he could be a president. Oi, oi, oi. How have we not done Eli's pick yet? Which feckin' Eli? Which Eli? I'm confused of all the Elis now. 1 minute. Where'd he go? Eli M. Well, he's Elias M. And we've got his picture. There's Eli. That's what I'm confused about as well, is he's got no second picture. I kind of left Eli alone. Like, I figured the other Eli... Unless I've got it wrong and Elias C is him. Because Elias M is in the photo. Oh wait, Elias Miracle. Wait, yeah. Elias Miracle. So wouldn't this be Elias M? That's an Eli. Because his name tag literally says Eli. And he's the only Eli left to have in. Kind of, that's a boiler suit, really, isn't it? That he's wearing. So it can't be that these two need to be switched, because he'd be in advertising then. And that looks like he works, I don't know, something to do with a boiler suit. Construction. Mechanic. Mechanics wear boiler suits, right? Politics, preacher, principal, pro athlete, professor, public speaker, retail scripture. Mechanic? Right. So we've got him now. So he's in that photo, Elias M. So we've got Eli M. Unfortunately, they're not in feckin' order of, you know, where they are in the photo. So where's next President Guy Hudson? Shall we assume it's this guy? With the redhead next to him. There's no redheads in the family yet, is there? Because this will be the free spirits, not the free spirits and their partners. So where did the two redheads come from? Where is the redhead in the family? Gwyneth. Is she a redhead? So does that make Gwendolyn a redhead? Zach's kind of a redhead. I did think that. The Zach's kind of a redhead there. And then Angelica. Angelica's not in that photo. But Gwendolyn is. But Gwendolyn wasn't a free spirit. She's a 5-piece. Let me just search something. There's only one Gwendolyn. So what's Gwendolyn doing in that photo? When she's a free spirit, not a she's a 5-piece, not a free spirit. Where's the other one? Bitch, they are. Who's she, though? So there's the Ginger. Why am I lost? It's not Angelica. Angelica's not in that photo. 1 minute. I'm confused again. Why does my brain hurt so freaking much? Right. The next gen. Only one too good to make an appearance was Gwen. Grandma insisted we include Sam even if we didn't want to. I'm guessing Sam's the little child. What's everyone else's names? Shit, what's her name? I voted my brothers, the four of us stand together and we clumped in the middle and let everyone else filter in and in front of and behind us. Gwen's not in it. Grandma insisted we include Sam. Oi. 1 minute. Oh, Sam special. Sam. Didn't recognize Sam at Uncle Judy's wedding. Patsy. It's complicated. Saw Sam. Sam, an obscure relative. Sam? Is she Sam? Is she Sam? I've just realised the photos never actually refer to Sam as a boy. Is that why Sam's in Mark's? Because it's Samantha. Boy. She does look really separate to everyone else as well. Like, just kind of there. In the background. Oh, so is it a Samantha? So Samantha's the ginger. Where does Sam come into it again? So is that Sam? Here. Sam's not here. Okay, what was I literally just about to do? Lauren's thing about Sam. Granny had sisters. Granddad, so her granddad would be Elias. Granny had sisters who we don't know. The Cosels, wasn't it? Or something. And Granddad had a brother or two, but I was told trim their branches from the family tree. So why is Sam special? Didn't recognize Sam at Uncle Junior's wedding. To Patsy. Do you know, I never wrote that down either. Uncle Junior's wedding. So Lauren had an Uncle Junior. Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy. So is this wrong? With the Madsons? No. Wait, but there's no other Uncle Junior. Lauren's uncle. So that's her dad. Uncle's wedding to Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy. But that's gotta be Madsen, because otherwise where did Madsen come from? Because Deborah and Nicole are right. So this is definitely the Madsen area. Patricia Jones or Christensen? Okay, I'm confused. So is one of them Patricia? So is none of this right? The Madsons here in this area, but then how did we get Nicole Madsen here in the right place? I'm ignoring that. Uncle Junior's wedding. Oh. Right place, wrong positions. Well, Nicole and Deborah are definitely right. So does that mean that's a Pat there? How'd you spell Christensen? Christensen. Christensen Steel was a steel company in Butler County. On a World War II page, you find that it contributed to the war effort by creating parts for vehicles, but after that went out of business. Christensen Steel and Patricia Christensen both are mentioned in a book review for Steamy Correspondence by Tina Angelina. Steamy Correspondence. What? Tina Angelina. A booklet of historical letters with an erotic twist. Each letter is accompanied by context from the book's author. A letter from the book has been added to your pages. Oh, God. 1934, someone who goes by Patch wrote a letter full of innuendo to an unknown gentleman who it's clear she had a romantic history with. Patch is thought by the book's author to have been Patricia Christensen, a daughter of the owner of Christensen Steel. Her nickname was Pat, and Ch were the first two letters of her last name, and Patricia Christensen was known to appreciate wordplay like this. Patricia, who would have been in her mid-20s when it was first written, was married to an older man of no notable status. The letter was most definitely not to him. There are also a few passages after the steamy bits that mention a daughter, leading Tina Angelina to theorize that this letter was written to the father of a child that she hid from society in some way. The letter ends on a mention of a twisted twin that seems to evoke imagery from classic literature. If not for her story, yours and mine would be the most tragic tale ever told. How awful it is that such beauty was ripped from its rightful fate, and worse, sent to live in possession of your brother's twisted twin. Left an outcast, forced to live a life of labour under a wicked relative. It's like something from the start of a children's fable. She deserves not the life he has been sentenced to. I can't stand to be apart from you both. Someday I shall return to you, and I pray that he has not corrupted her to know his sins. I swear that on that joyous day, with all of the strength I can muster, I will fight for our child's freedom. Let us pray her fable has a happy ending. Tina has no theory for what the more cryptic parts of that mean. What the fuck? Something about twins. We know there's someone who had twins. I can't feckin' remember who now. Angie. So if Angie had twins, okay, Patricia Christensen, a daughter of the owner of Christian Steel, so she was married to someone of no notable status. Well, if it was Patricia Christensen, she can't have been married to Elias, because Elias certainly of status. He's a feckin' Roottrees. The letter could have been to him, but then how is she on the family tree as having married him? Daughter. And she said as well at the end, our child. Sent to live in possession of your brother's twisted twin. Brother's twisted twin. I'm so lost now. Like, if Angie had the twins, then presumably one of them down there would have married Patricia Christensen. Oh my god. Okay, presumably one of them would have married Christensen then. Because Angie had twins. Someday I will shall return to you when I pray. He has not corrupted her to know his sins. If not for her story, yours and mine would be the most tragic tale ever told. How awful it is that such beauty was ripped from sent to live in possession of your brother's twisted twin. Left an outcast, forced to live a life of labour under some wicked relative. She deserves not the life he has been sentenced to. So she's had a kid with somebody, and the kid's been sent to live with someone's twin. She said your brother's twisted twin, which implies there's more than two siblings. Because obviously, say I had a sister and someone said your sister's twisted twin, they'd mean me. So is it somewhere with more than two siblings? Like here? Guardian, adoption or otherwise? There's nowhere else with more than 3 kids. Because you would, wouldn't you? Like, it's like if I had a twin and someone said to me, your sister's twisted twin, they'd mean me. So there's got to be more than 2 kids. Why have I put Guy Hudson there again? God's sake. My brain is literally fried. Why have I put Guy there? Oh god. I feel like I'm losing brain cells now. Better to focus on the twin thing once you've filled the rest of the tree. Most of the tree. I don't know what to focus on at the moment. I had this whole massive feckin' to-do list. Okay, let's go back to Clark then. Okay, go back to Clark. We had a bit on Clark, and I dropped it because, you know, lol, me. What was it about Clark? Clark had an ex called Jane and slept with Diamond LaRue's sister. So Clark had an ex called Jane LaRue. Slept with Diamond's younger sister. So did they get together afterwards, or did he just sleep with her? Jane Del Vecchio is listed on a talent for hire site as a wedding singer. Way down in the credentials section of her biography, it mentions she got her start as a young girl when she was Jane LaRue of the Lucky LaRues. It also mentions to only contact her agent in the event you actually wish to hire her, and that any and all inquiries about her past or her sister would be ignored. Jane Del Vecchio? How do you even say that? The Lucky LaRues. Oh, for God's sake, nothing comes up there either. The Lucky LaRues. Music. The Lucky LaRues. In an article from 1968, you find a small section focusing on young upcoming talent that will make it big. It has this to say about the LaRues. The LaRue sisters got their start doing session work for their great-uncle's record label. If you remember any songs from 1960 to 65 that featured the voices of kids, they were probably involved. Back then they were credited as the Lucky LaRues. Now that he's passed, they've moved on to bigger and better ventures and are going by their full names. Diamond and Jane have been touring with some famous faces, ever heard of the Roottrees, and are looking to release an album sometime in the next year. Youngest Kim is about to step into a prominent role on Broadway, taking over for one of the children in Oliver. So she had a child called Kim? Was it with Clark? Ah. Maybe an actor? Jane LaRue. Well, how are we going to get a photo of Jane, though? One minute. Does Jane go here? 1 minute. You had Danielle split up. Got with Jane. I take it this means that she's a child of Jane and Clark by putting her here. I love the noise the computer makes. Kim LaRue. God's sake. I spelled it right, haven't I? R-O-U-X. Yes. God's sake. Why did it specifically mention that she'd be going on to Broadway and starring in Oliver? Was that just to give us that she's an actor? So then he married someone else after he split up with Jane. And it said youngest Kim. So Jane had more than one child. Unless Jane is down here and they had Kim and another child. Because it said youngest Kim. Kim. Actor. So she's the youngest, so there's an eldest child. God, how do I find out about the eldest child? Why haven't I got Clark's? I mean, what was Clark, really? What was his title? A band called C&J&D released one single called These Times. Someone with the username Die Hard Dazzler scanned the cover and noted that it cost him over $200 at auction. Apparently this was Jim Roottrees and Diamond LaRue's first song together. He also mentions that it was performed with Jim's cousin and Diamond's sister, and that it was only somewhat similar to Jim and Diamond's later works. You can't find anything else about Die Hard Dazzler, the band, or the single, so all that's left to do is add the scan to your evidence. After a blazing fast 35-minute download, the track is also available. What to listen to? Like, to listen to? Oh, I thought it meant you could listen to it. I was excited. Right, what piece do I want? I like Tangled Web. This feels the most like a detective track to me. Presumably her photos here. These Times is an old single from folk group C&J, J&D. You have a scan of the album as well as a recording of the title track thanks to a collector of Jim and Roottrees memorabilia. The website also listed the song's credits as music and lyrics by Clark and Jim, backup vocals by the LaRues. On it is a sticker. Oh, so they were like really close and made music together and everything, and then one of them went off with Clark. Oh god. So we had, what was it, Diamond and James, and then there was Clark, and the younger sister was caught in bed with Clark. I think. On it is a sticker that says folk style songwriting catchy. Lyrics of the song contain no clues. Life is love, life is life, and love shall be me for you and you for me. Someday will come, though, that this tree will be the last of what was we. With passing years, all paths diverge, rivers rambling onward surge. One source behind old memories, but find their way to different seas. Someday, these times will all be over. Dew dries on the morning clover, so take my hand beneath the tree and carve your name with me. These times are ours for free. We'll tell ourselves these stories older, dwell on warmth, ignore the colder, probably yearn for what could be, rose-tinted by youth's memory. These are actually so good. These are actually so good. So act as though these times aren't fleeting, love still flows, our hearts hard beating. For now, ignore fate's destiny, two roads that crossed once at this tree.
Life is life, love shall be me for you and you for me. Someday will come, though, that this tree will be the last of what was we. With passing years, all paths diverge, rivers rambling onward surge. One source behind old memories.
I'm guessing these backing bits here are sung by the LaRues. So cute. Aww. Can you play this one? Oh my god, you could. I didn't even realize I could listen to this one. I said I wanted to be able to hear this one. Can I add that to my my Spotify? Do you think? Okay, just because it's gonna get distracting with the lyrics. Tangled web. Wow. Okay, I can't actually remember what I was doing now. The LaRues. But then who was he with between Danielle and Jane? So if there's Jane and Kim... Diamond would be the blonde one. So presumably that's Jane. It said youngest Kim, so she must be here because there's 2 children. And where's Diamond? Another picture of Diamond. Because I thought, well, Jane must be after Danielle. But if Jane went after Danielle, that would make Kim go here. And in the article, it says youngest Kim. As if Jane had more than 1 child. Which means she'd have to go here, right? Jane LaRue with Kim LaRue. And... ah, there's not another LaRue. Oh. Right. Why am I getting this all wrong? So C and J, so that's James and Diamond, Clark and Jane. Of course it was Clark and Jane. Why am I getting this wrong? Then he was with Jane. I knew that. I knew her name was Jane, and yet it's been so long since I went down this thread that I've got it all wrong now. And then he cheated with Kim. Ah, okay. I don't know why I thought when it said youngest Kim, it meant her child, not the. She has a younger sister. Youngest Kim, as in the siblings. A child would take dad's last name, so yeah, so let's look. Rafferty. Chris. Rafferty LaRue. So Chris. And then we've got Jessica LaRue and Katrina LaRue. A minute, what was it? Sorry, Rafferty LaRue. Katrina. Damn it. So I don't know what order they are. So there's Jessica and Katrina, but we don't know what order yet. So in that article, youngest Kim is about to step into a prominent role on Broadway. Oh, it doesn't matter that she was an actor though. Well, it's the LaRues in this album, isn't it? So one's Diamond, one's Jane. But we don't know which is which. That will be Clark, right? Clark. Yeah. That looks like that would be Clark. So, if that was Clark, then that would be Jane. So the blonde is Jane? Or would that be Jane? Oh, JDCJ. Oh. I've only just seen that. JDCJ inside the flowers. Oh, that's adorable. So it's Clark. So this is Clark. I would have said he looks more like Jacob Rafferty. Clark and Jane. Okay. It's the one with the pink eye looking eyes. This Clark. C. Musician. And then what did we have? Jane. So Jane would be the brown haired one. Clark and Jane. So then Diamonds. So she would be the brown haired one. Not Diamond. Wait, it was Diamond, wasn't it? Yeah, that photo is J and D. So that would be Diamond. And I've put the blonde one as Diamond anyway, haven't I? Yeah, the blonde one. Jim and Diamond. Okay, cool. So we don't have a photo of Kim. God, he just couldn't keep it in his pants, could he? Jesus Christ. With her younger sister. Is a dirty little tramp. Okay, so I don't know how we get photos of Kim. Or the kids. Yeah, just checking. Okay. I feel like that's it. That's all we can glean from their tree now. That's James and Diamond. Jim and Diamond. That's theirs. J and D, C and J. That's it for music. But we've still got the Miracle. Miracle Jr. Look more into Clark. There's something you've got wrong. What's it? Is his profession wrong then? What is he in? Didn't Lauren mention it? She said what her son wanted to be, didn't she? She said his generation all wanted to be dancers, singers, all that kind of stuff. Clark's getting married, and in my opinion, far too young. They aspire to be musicians, artists, dancers, and all sorts of nonsense. No, she didn't say what he wanted to be. Would he be in a periodical? I don't know. I don't know. I don't think I've got a periodical with his name in it. Oh god, I'm getting cream egg everywhere. Jesus fucking Christ. I forget how messy these things are. Oops. Damn it. What would he be if not a musician? I don't know. I don't know what he'd be. I'm gonna go back over to Miracle for a sec. So what was the piece of evidence about Miracle? A flyer for the 3 Generations of Miracles tour. The flyer is a few years old. The names listed are Miracle Jr., who's said to be world famous and gets top billing. Miracle Jr., world famous, gets top billing. He'll be marked on the chart with the star. Miracle Roottrees, who the flyer says will make a special appearance in his 68th year on God's earth. Miracle Third and his wife Nicole, who are said to be the youth pastors. So he'll have had Miracle Jr. the Third. Miracle Jr. the Third, the youngest one. Pastor. Oh, Pastor's not one. Preacher and his wife Nicole. Nicole Smith. Okay, what was he then? Oops. We still need to figure that one out. Miracle Third and his wife Nicole, who are said to be the youth pastors. Celebrate with your pastor, Miracle Third and his wife Nicole. Pastor's not a job though. Public speaker. Professor, parathlete, principal, politics. Let's keep it a preacher then. I love how this one's just baby. It's just baby. Okay, so they never had any kids. Okay, Miracle Roottrees Jr. Okay, what does it say about him again? World famous and gets top billing. Featuring testimony from world famous Miracle Jr. Three generations of miracles? Oh my god. Miracle Root Tree. 23 years later, Miracle Root Tree Jr. arrived and became the famous family's second vessel. For the higher power, 18, he unbundled himself, took his father's testimony to a whole new level, spread the world across the entirety of New England. He since left the life of glamour and glitz. Miracle. Miracle Root Tree Junior? Junior? No, it just comes up with the same thing. So who did he marry? Were they all preachers then? Bloody hell. Done that. Perhaps unsurprisingly, you find a lot of results for foliage. An album by Jim and Diamond released in 1995. It wasn't professionally reviewed, though die-hard fans of Jim and Diamond online say it was a return to form. The CD was apparently so hard to find in stores that some fans have resorted to selling cassette bootlegs of it. There's a music commerce website that claims to sell the album, but it's sold out at the moment. You do find a short sample of one of the songs called Sun. Ah. You add it to evidence. So this was James and Diamond, right? So one of their kids, presumably. Roottrees is an album by Jim and Diamond, and one of the songs is called Sun. The website you found it on did not have a full version, but you managed to find a short preview. There blazed a spark of light that ever brightly shone, from her starting days imparting wisdom to conquer life unknown. Though someday she'd depart, in part I'd never be alone. In my heart, I'll always be the son of... of a gun. Son of a gun. Gun and Sean. Sean. Son of a son? Sean? Ever brightly shone, unknown, alone. Sean? Sean? Oh my god. So there's no more LaRue. Where's the boy names? Oh, Sam. Oh, wait, there is a boy Sam. Linus Cornwall. Ah, he's there, man. Linus Cornwall. Wait, where did Linus come into it again? I swear I put his name in. It didn't feckin' come up. T frickin' he. Oh, 1 minute. Okay, I'm going on a tangent now. No, there's only him. Okay. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I don't know. Well, it's not going to rhyme with a name, is it? I'm not going to put his dad's name in there. Yeah, there's loads where you've got the info, it's just not filled. Yeah, because I get really easily distracted. Tee. What the fuck? Jim and Diamond had a song called Sun. So Jim and Diamond. So it's on about him being a son, not his son. So I'm guessing his mum died? From a starting days implying wisdom to conquer life unknown, though someday she'd depart in part, never be alone. In my heart, I'll always be the son of. Interesting that she's got no last name. Joan? Joan Monroe? Sean? Joan? Sean? Joan? Joan? John? Oh, right, rhyme with the unknown. Oh, because unknown was already with alone. Joan alone, that makes sense. But unknown didn't rhyme with Sean, so is it shown? Unknown shown. Oh, they said it as shown, because you say Sean, don't you, when someone's shining a light? So is it Joan? And she's on her own as well. No other names with Monroe. Ah, okay. It's shown. I've got to say, I always say shone a light. No, they had a light shone on him. Top mistakes, oddly Megs. Ignore me, guys. Jesus Christ, I'm the worst possible thing for this kind of. I'm the worst kind of person for this kind of thing. Of course it's shown. Shown a light over there. Oh, it's Sean. There's another one of James. So that's James 2. Do I have another one of James? I don't think so. So there's their kids. So we need to figure out Clark. We need to figure out... So Clark's occupation. Diamond. And James's kids. We've done all of the roos. Which means they can only be Roottrees. Right? These kids. These two kids. There's still loads of Roottrees left though. Robert, Ronald, Samantha, Tessa, Wolf, November, Candy, Jack, Christina. Why do I feel like it's Wolf in November? Okay, so I don't know how to figure out who their kids are. Probably like a late one when there's less Roottrees to guess. There's something else with him in it though, because he's got another picture. Do, 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 do. Who's locked but part... Who's not locked but part filled? Not locked, part filled. The Rafferties. These two. She said she'd go for alliteration, didn't she? So we could have Robert and Ronald Roottree. Huh. Ronald, what was it? Ronald and Robert. So one of them's RR, right? RR attempted unsuccessfully to remove a fellow family member. The person in question was born out of wedlock, and second, they committed a significant crime against a fellow family member. Who's born out of wedlock? I can't remember what we know about Gwen's children now. Like, Gwen's... Her father took her mother's famous name. Marguerite Roottree. We know Marguerite doesn't come up with anything when you search for her. So I don't know who her dad is yet. Nothing comes up for Lioness Cornwall. Gwen's kids. She was so pretty. Like, she's so stunning. When she announced the divorce, what else did she announce? That she was pregnant again. So she'd had one and she was pregnant with another, right? After the divorce. And now she's got the two. I assume? So if born after divorce, what would that mean? Out of wedlock? So they were brothers? One of them tried to kick the other one out of the family? I mean, kind of out of wedlock. She was married to the guy. Then they divorced, and she was pregnant when they divorced. So he was probably conceived while they were still married, like, you know. I mean, Is that out of wedlock? Is that out of wedlock? So one of them tried to kick another one out of the family. And one of them apparently committed a crime. Significant crime against a fellow family member. A crime? Well, one of them... RR attempted unsuccessfully to remove a fellow family member from the trust. RR attempted 2 arguments. First, the person in question was born out of wedlock, and second, they committed a significant crime. No additional information. Wasn't there a... No, that was a lecture, so there's not a book on it. So I don't think I can find out any more about those two. Potentially, at the moment. I don't know what this crime was. A crime. I know I've got periodicals and... A minute. Can I just spell her name again? GWYNN. GWY, idiot. Bill had multiple affairs. Well, it can't... It must have been against the other brother. Can't have been against Bill. It's an infamous name he repurposed for himself because he didn't have the benefit of being born with a famous one. Although we've relocated to Paris, I know your readers love to keep up with my husband, so could this slash... Okay, so no more information there. There's a periodical I don't have. Oh, great. Well, I don't know how to unlock that periodical. We've done Debbie. We got the Ernie Jr. side, didn't we? Not cleared, though. These were in the wrong order, weren't they? I thought it would go Ernie, Ernest Jr. Ernest Jr.'s got to go there, because Deborah was married to the president. And if Ernest Jr. goes there... I was going to say maybe it's 1 over. But Deborah and Nicole are locked in, aren't they? That's gotta be Junior. And the person above them has gotta be Ernest, surely. So how are they in the wrong order? What about the sound of laughter? You can't even find a picture of the cover. It doesn't appear to have been successful in reviews. Seem middling. Basic liner notes exist on a Jim Roottrees fan page and states the lyrics and guitar are credited to Jim and the vocals are credited to Diamond. Okay. So that's sorted. Wasn't there one about Thomas Overwood? Thomas Overwood seems to have a few different sites about mysterious... I didn't get into this earlier because I was like, I don't want to overwhelm myself with like even more info. Thomas Overwood seems to have a few different sites about mysterious deaths and curses. In addition to the Roottrees curse website, you also find one about the truth behind Spirit Cola, which claims that Spirit really stands for Satan's Plague is returning in 2000, and hiccups, and in the year 2000, anyone who's drunk Spirit Cola will die. Another website is Stock Markets and the Devil's Numbers, which claim that if you multiply any stock's price by 666, then also multiply the current year by that same stock's price, then add those two numbers together and divide the entire total by the stock price, and finally subtract the current year, you'll always end up with 666. Okay. Only found in southern US. Comes in various flavors, including lemon, lime, and cherry. None of these seem to have anything to do with the Roottrees. So is this just completely useless? Satan's Plague is returning in 2000? God's sake. This one freaks me out, this song. Stock Markets and the Devil's Numbers. Okay, so I don't think that's got anything to do with anything then. I said lead because I saw there was a whole page on it, but I don't think it's really got anything useful. What was Operation R2? RT29. More conspiracy websites. Some people out there claim the Roottrees are changing the candy recipe to include more and more chemicals, and that this was done in cooperation with bad actors from an unknown government. They claim that due to a loophole in the calendar, it's possible to get away with nearly any crime on a leap day, so as long as it isn't discovered until after the day is over, and that every 4 years, on a leap year, the Roottrees company hosts a meeting with foreign agents to conspire to poison our children. Okay. Their proof is that Roottrees candies contain polyglycerol polyrisinolate. Polyrisinolate? An ingredient in the candy that wasn't there when it first released. They claim it's added in as an attempt to addict people and eventually induce mind control. The website claims to sell pills that counteract this effect for children that have already eaten Roottrees candy. You do an additional search and it seems to be an emulsifier in chocolates approved by the FDA and widely used across many products. Is that another completely useless page? RT29. Why is it called RT29? Goodness me, so I don't think either of these are feckin' leads. I saw they had pages dedicated to them and assumed they'd be leads. What was the Mayan ruby skull? It's all connected, looking into every conspiracy. You find a few conspiracy websites that claim the Mayan ruby skull is a symbol of death. Oh god. The alleged proof is a blurry photo of a reddish shape that's supposedly a cave painting from South America. According to legend, discovered beneath the painting were bones from hundreds of different people and animals. Pause. One site also mentions that the photographer who took the picture died when their boat capsized after crashing into a skull-shaped rock. Amongst the spinning skull gifts, you find no sources or verifiable details to back up any photos or claims. To you, the blurry photo looks more like an egg than a skull. So I think that's nothing either. Jesus Christ. We've already searched for Ernie Madsen. And Ernest Madsen. Nothing there either. We did the Roottrees curse. There wasn't anything good there. Guy's car was hit by a drunk driver in 1982. Then Ernie Madsen stepped down. Guy Hudson. So could it be that Ernest took over from Guy? We figured that out earlier. That maybe Ernie took over from Guy. But then... where does Guy go? Fancy flavors? Guy Hudson's first move as president. Okay. That was one about caviar, so that wasn't useful. Nope. So where does Guy Hudson go on the tree? Where have I put him currently? I know I put him somewhere. There's so many bits that I've just like missed out. I've got Christopher Hudson and Guy Hudson here, but I've got literally no feckin' idea where I got them from. Bonnie Hudson, right. Bonnie Hudson, Guy Hudson, Hudson Christopher Hudson even. Or is it the other way around? Guy was there. Christopher's there. Doesn't say anything about Guy Hudson being married. No. So maybe they're switched. It says split up, but then someone became a guardian. Adoption or otherwise. I was thinking maybe they both died. Like Guy Hudson and his spouse. They both died and their child got adopted by somebody. I feel like I've got no leads for that one either. Bill's line is Cornwall. I think I'm officially out of leads and shit. I literally don't even know what to look for now. Okay. There's still the feckin' family photos. There's this one with everyone in. Next president, Guy Hudson and Ernie Jr. How are these in the wrong order though? I genuinely don't understand if these are wrong. Nicole's in the right place, Deborah's in the right place. And Deborah was married to Ernest Jr. And then if Ernest Jr. is there, his senior Ernest has got to be up here. Yoy. Ernest Jr. is in the right place. Ernest is not. Is his brother Ernest Jr.? Is this a woman? Where have I put Gwyneth Madsen? Up there. So this is a woman. This is Ernest Senior. God, I'm so slow. Incredibly slow. Well, if that's a woman, the only one is Gwyneth. But Gwyneth was the wife, right? If the child is Gwyneth Madsen, which I think it is, because it would make one of the family photos make more sense, then who did he marry? Because there's no other Madsens. Where did the Madsen name come from? But it says here, Gwyneth M, like Gwyneth Madsen, is in this photo. Ernie Jr. Gwyneth Madsen. Ernie Jr. Is it the two gingers? Oh, yeah. So if that was Gwyneth or is this Gwyneth Madsen here? This one's like a really big family tree. Somebody, they had a daughter. Gwyneth Madsen could be the sister. Not here. No, because that would be a Madsen marrying a Madsen. Ugh. Unknown name. This must be Gwyneth. And Ernest. Ernie Jr. So it all depends on what his wife's name was. Elias Jr. Roottrees. You attempt to find more information about the man in the building, but come up empty on Hunch Top House. Elias Roottrees was awarded Watchman of the Year 1936 for his accomplishment of rolling out 5 pieces to a global market. I hadn't put that in already. Notes from the article and a scan someone made of the cover have been added to your evidence. Here he is. There you are, you bitch. Stop evading me. Elias was voted Watchman of the Year by Business Watch in 1936. I love how old this looks. Like it's only 10 cents then. The magazine says he was voted Watchman of the Year specifically to recognise the global rollout of 5 pieces. Inside is a timeline. Elias forms the Roottrees Candy Company after marrying his wife, who inherited a maple farm. During the period before, the company's barely profitable. Elias has a daughter, the first of 5 children. 4 more follow, leading to Elias invents 5 pieces. Each of the 5 flavours is chosen based on the initials of his 5 children. 5 pieces are first sold in some Pittsburgh markets, rolled out to all of New England. The new recipe and flavours finalised, and the candy begins nationwide distribution purchases every available maple farm in Pennsylvania. With the help of his son Elias Roottrees Jr.'s architecture firm, a new industrialized factory and warehouse are built in Butler County. What was the architecture firm? Production's tripled and worldwide distribution begins. There's also a what's next section that claims he's going to pivot to ensuring his company's legacy and that it remains a family business. He plans to do this with the trust. Ugh, so this was no use at all. Like, I've already got all of the information that's in here, I think. What was his son's firm? Elias Roottrees. Help. There you go. I've searched this up. Oh, I've searched that up before, I swear, and it came up with how it's a fake place. Yeah, as a side note, a video game called The Roottrees Are Dead was once set in Butler County. It turns out the creator never lived, or near, or even had any connection to it. I've already searched that before, because I've seen that bottom paragraph before, and it never gave me a periodical then. Hey DC, how you doing? Welcome on in. My brain's fried. Why did I not have that periodical? I've definitely seen this paragraph before because I was laughing at it. Okay, well, we have a periodical on this now. Butler County Times. Bloody hell. Elias appeared in the Butler County Times quite often. Almost everything you find are the same types of things you can find with a basic internet search. He invented 5 pieces, was watched one of the year, and had a strong focus on his family. What else about the County Times? County Times, County Times, County Times. Help. Crimes. What about crimes in the County Times? This must be so painful to watch me play. What crimes? What crimes were there? The... Okay, I can't find anything about RR then. Ronald Roottrees. Robert Roottrees. Ron Roottrees? Nope. Doesn't come up for Ron either. Ronald Roottrees. Robert Roottrees. Roottrees versus RR. RR. What comes up when you do that again? Ronald Roottrees. Butler County Just comes up with that again. Okay. Butler County Times involving the Roottrees family. Ah. It literally says there. There are likely articles from over the years involving the Roottrees family and those adjacent to them. But you search Roottrees family, nothing comes up. We did Elias, didn't we? Most of the articles concerning Carl aren't important. The plane crash is too recent to appear. One announces Carl's marriage to Brenda in 1978. They were both in their early 20s. Another seems more frivolous. Apparently in 1981, Carl got quite drunk at a charity event and broke his arm falling down some stairs. The article also mentions Ernie is from 1996, when Carl took over as the 5th president of the Roottrees Candy Company from Ernie Jr. Ernie Jr. apparently liked to stay out of the spotlight and never appeared in the Butler County Times, other than a few mentions here and there. The article does mention an illness as the reason Ernie Jr. was stepping down. So we've got that he became the 5th president after Ernie. Who else do we want to search for? God, who else do we want to search for? Okay, the Butler County Times. Who would appear in the Butler County Times? What's this one about? Stephanie Jones. Ha! The most recent mention of Stephanie Jones is a small report detailing the election results from last month. Stephanie apparently won. You also find the full version of the newspaper clipping on the back of the campaign mailer. While most of it's unimportant, you do find the following. Stephanie Jones, born Stephanie Landon until her marriage to local business owner Brian Jones, has lived in Butler County her whole life. She grew up in a home without a dad. With my mother and her partner, I essentially had an entirely female influence. Though she's a distant cousin of the Roottrees, her mother Caroline, a local artist who has appeared on the front page in the past, has often come out opposed to the corporation's policies regarding deforestation of indigenous trees to expand their maple farms. Unlike my mother, I'm not a fighter. I want to bring love to the world. Carl, I know we don't see eye to eye when it comes to the candy company, but you could talk to your girls about putting out a statement supporting Stephanie. She could use the publicity your daughters bring. Don't let our conflict spread to the next generation. So she's appeared a number of times. Blah, 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 blah. What's her name? Oh, come on. So who's she then if she's not a Jones and she's not a Landon? Caroline. So she's appeared a number of times. So under what name? Caroline Roottrees? It says CM. So Caroline. Morden. Ah, you find a cover story about local art installations, including one by Caroline Morden. There isn't much about Caroline as a person, mostly a listing of art in Butler County. Accompanying the story, there's an image of Caroline standing beside a large metal sculpture of a mermaid. It's captioned, Caroline standing next to her sculpture, Atlantis's Burden. The sculpture is one of many works featured in her upcoming book, Self-Portrait Art and the Beauty of Women. According to a quote further down, Atlantis' burden is meant to symbolize a society split by indecision over whether women should be equals or something to protect. The picture on the front page has been added to your evidence. The image that accompanied a story about local art in the Butler County Times is captioned Caroline standing next to her sculpture. The sculpture is one of many works featured in an upcoming book. Okay. Mostly black and white pictures are dedicated to Eloise and Stephanie. She's the only Morden, right? Angelica. 1 minute. Morden, Angelica and Gwendolyn. Angelica. So does that mean Gwendolyn's down here somewhere? Gwendolyn Morden? Dedicated to Eloise and Stephanie. So she had presumably 2 kids. Eloise doesn't have a last name. She's like the only one, see, that just comes up like that. So I assume this one is her, because 2 kids, Stephanie and Eloise. Eloise and Stephanie. Landon. Caroline. Morden. I don't know. Angelica definitely goes there because she was Zach's sister. That's locked in. Morden. Caroline has got to go here, right? 2 kids, Eloise and Landon. Unless Caroline goes here. What was she? She's an artist, isn't she? Oh no, there's no kids this side. Oh, and there's no kids this side. And Stephanie's her daughter, right? Mostly black and white pictures of Caroline's art. The centerpiece is a series of full-colour nude self-portraits at different ages, stretching from 25 to 30. They certainly not have been added to your evidence. In the intro, Caroline talks about influences. She was one of the youngest in her generation, and in her late teens she felt betrayed when her sister, Gwendolyn, and cousin, Bonnie, gave up on dreams. Okay, sister... Cousin Bonnie. So did Zach marry Bonnie? Gave up on dreams to settle for boring men. She especially dislikes her brother-in-law, Dr. Wilson, who she calls completely bogus. The marriages led her to double down on her passions. She even married a man who was the opposite of boring, which was an overcorrection. She comes out strongly against the Roottrees company's effect on the local environment and rues how she was not able to convince her father, Zach, to make changes to policy. Bonnie was a cousin. So... I don't know where I got Bonnie to go there. So then... Her sister Gwendolyn. So sister Gwendolyn. So which one was, who are we looking at again? Caroline. So where does she go? Her brother-in-law, Dr. Wilson. Zach, Steven, Jason, Jem. Ah, for God's sake. Zach, Steven, Jason? Because if that, say that's Caroline, that would be her sister Gwendolyn, Dr. Wilson, and their kids. Jem, Jason, and Steven. One of them would be him. So that must be Gwendolyn, because they've got 3 kids. Gwendolyn Morden married a Dr. Wilson. Stephen Wilson. So Stephen Wilson. And then they had the kids. Pretty. Dr. Stephen Wilson's kids, the quote below the picture was credited to Jason. My dad is the best dad in the entire world and he treats every patient with world-class care. He'll treat your children like he would me, my big brother, or my sister. The picture has a date on it. It seems like this was taken 2 years ago, in 1996. My big brother. So that one is Jason then, right? So the youngest one is Jason. Jason Wilson, my older brother, my sister. But where's the older brother? Like, middle child? Or eldest? And the sister's in the middle. My big brother. But that would be big sister too, wouldn't it? It's not him, because that would be younger brother. It's not her, because then there'd be no sister. So it's got to be him. So these are definitely... Okay. So who goes in the middle and who... Where's the sister's photo? For some reason she's coming up there, whilst they're at the bottom. Why is she all the way up there? Okay. This is Jason Wilson. Jem. Zach. Zach Wilson? Okay. This is Dr. Stephen Wilson. Hello. Self-proclaimed pediatrician to the stars. Hello, Stephen Wilson. Hello, hello. What did it say about Dr. Wilson? Apparently there are a lot of Stephen Wilsons and Dr. Wilsons. This one apparently found a way to game the search results and he pops up every time. His website claims that he's the pediatrician to the stars. The only evidence for this is that he was the doctor to the Roottrees sisters. There's a picture of him on his website as well as a picture of 3 children. 3 of them look as though the photographer's holding them hostage. Regardless, the photos have been added to your evidence. There's also a quote that although credited to his child, you suspect might not be written by a 10-year-old. No feckin' joke. Jobs are easy. What do you mean? How do I know what their jobs are? What do you mean jobs are easy? Okay, what did we have? We had Carolyn. Yeah, I guess you meant for the kids, but how do you know what the kids' jobs are? Like, why am I the only one that's not finding that easy? How do you know what the kids' jobs are? All you've got is that photo of them. Oh, because they're kids. For God's sake. I keep forgetting they don't, like... It's not what they've grown up to become, you know? Jesus Christ. If it was written 2 years ago in 1996, how old would his son have been? 12? So is he just put as baby? And they're... college? He wouldn't be a baby at 12, would he? Oh! Okay. K-12 is preschool. I didn't even know. I'm just guessing that if it wasn't college, then then it's the other one. It's taken me ages to get through, but once we get through, look how much info there is. Nice. So he's not the baby, he is a student. Okay. K-12 is preschool and primary age. There you go. And I didn't even know that. I was just like, yeah, whatever. If they're not a college student, then they're a high school student. I'm assuming K-12 means high school student or lower. So that'll be him locked in now, except obviously we've missed the boat on him. Oh, it's on the notes pages? On the welcome page? I didn't even look at this. K-12 stands for kindergarten to 12th grade. Third cousins. Oh, it literally tells you what second cousins, third cousins, all of that was. Okay, thank you. Jesus, I did not even notice that. Bloody hell. We've still got 11 fecking things on Clark. Get lost. Guys, it takes everyone else 4 hours to beat this game. I've now been playing it for 8 hours and we're nowhere near the end. Like, am I just that horrendously bad? Jesus Christ. I was hoping to finish this by the end of tonight. I was hoping to go on to the feckin' DLC. But I'm stupid. Okay. Sister Gwendolyn. So if Gwendolyn's there, this is Caroline. And cousin Bonnie gave up on dreams to settle for boring men. Cousin Bonnie. Cousin. So one of these is presumably Bonnie. Well, cousin is your parents' brothers and sisters. Zach only had Angie. Which means Bonnie was one of these, which means she's a Hudson. Which means Bonnie... This Guy Hudson. Do we think Christopher Hudson? And then... Guy Hudson, who was one of the presidents. Because if she married Guy Hudson, why would he be president? Because he's not a Rootree, like blood relative. So she can't have married him, so it must be Christopher, Bonnie, probably Guy, Bonnie, presumably, if that's Hudson, then he was the third president. Hudson, Bonnie. She especially dislikes her brother-in-law, Dr. Wilson. She married a man who was the opposite of boring, which was an overcorrection. She comes out strongly against the Roottrees. Her father, Zach, her marriage to Mark led to the most volatile moments in her life. Oh, okay, so Mark Landon. So they split up and she got with somebody else. But from him, she had Caroline. Wait, no, sorry, not Caroline. Stephanie Landon. Nice. So they split up. And then Stephanie, whoever this was, became a guardian of Stephanie. Her true loves art and the beauty of women. Well, she got with someone else after that. Would I be reading it wrong to say that she might have... her next love after Mark might have been a woman? Maybe. I reckon she's definitely next a woman, adoption or otherwise. Oh, that makes sense. For like guardian, I was thinking it meant that maybe the parents died and the guardian, and then they became a guardian, but it's because if she was gay, then they'd be listed as a guardian. Okay, so we've done that one. Caroline Morden, Stephanie Jones. What was Stephanie's evidence? Stephanie. Grown up in an unconventional family, to say the least. That would have been an unconventional back then, wouldn't it? And she dedicated her art, yes, to two people. So Stephanie and Eloise. Ah. That's Eloise. Well, why would they not include her last name? Like, she still had a last name, whether they were gay or not. So that's Eloise. Stefan. I knew I liked Caroline. I knew I liked her. Grew up in a home without a father. With my mother and her partner, I essentially had an entirely female influence. Nice. Business owner Brian Jones. So she married Brian Jones. Da, 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 da. Nice. We have a picture of Caroline as well. So we got those sorted. She was an artist. Stephanie. Politics. Bum bum. Bum bum. 21 of 50. 50. 50. Yeah, bish. Oh God, what now? Though she's a distant cousin of the Roottrees, her mother, a local artist, has often come out to flesh. I'm like my mother. I want to bring love to the world. So is that it on them now? Makes sense. They're all locked in. There is another picture of Caroline, though, that I would like to try and get. What was her name again? What was her name? Caroline Morden. Atlantis's burden. Damn it. Caroline. I want to try and get this other photo. P flag. A movement called P flag. An organization founded in the 70s. The acronym stands for Parents and Friends of Lesbians and Gays. So in case you didn't already know, that's how you figure it out. No other photo. 22 years later, with a baby of her own due around Christmas. Wait. Baby of her own. Did she lose the baby? Or was this extremely recent? I think this is really recent. She hasn't had the baby yet. Okay. Don't let our conflict spread to the next generation. Caroline. Our conflicts. Not that. Morden. Oh my god. Caroline Morden. Jesus Christ, not Stephanie. What am I doing? Yeah, that's it. Public library. Any periodicals? Caroline Morden. I can't believe nothing comes up for Atlantis Burden. Self-portrait art and the beauty of women. So that's her there. She wouldn't be in anything else, would she? No. That's her book. What if we search who she related to? It said about Bonnie, didn't it? What was Bonnie's last name? Hudson. Nothing comes up for Bonnie. Obviously, we know Guy Hudson. Christopher Hudson. And nothing will come up for him because he's not important, is he, in the whole scheme of things? Angie Morden? Angelica Morden? Nope, I'm just going mad now. Zach Morden, who quoted as saying Elias trusted me with carrying on his legacy. That's what I plan to do. Along with 5 pieces, our chocolate maple products are selling incredibly well. We will not be making any changes. Okay. Well, there was a bit I don't already have, so that's nice. Where am I going to get pictures of them from? Gwendolyn. They're the 5 pieces. Gwendolyn. Sorry, what am I about? Gwendolyn. There's Gwendolyn. So Gwendolyn was a 5-piece. So Angelica would have been a next generation with Zach. Right? So next generation. The thing is, I'm getting a bit confused about which one's Angelica, which one's Lauren. That must be Lauren. Because her and her brothers were standing together. So that one must be Lauren. And that one must be Angelica. Angelica Morden. So we've got Angelica's picture. So then the kids after that would be the Free Spirits. I forget who Gwyneth M and everyone are now, though. Like, everyone in this picture. There's someone called... There's Gwendolyn. The only Gwendolyn I know is Gwendolyn Roottrees. She's the Gwendolyn Morden. There's Gwendolyn Morden. So her sister Gwendolyn. I'm guessing her. Caroline Morden, Gwendolyn Morden, Stephen Wilson, and they had those 3 kids. What was Gwendolyn Morden? She looks like an artist. Gwendolyn Morden. I put Gwendoline. Gwendoline. That is right. Gwendoline. So nothing comes up for her. What in Caroline's stuff? Sister Gwendolyn, cousin Bonnie gave up on dreams to settle for boring men. So what's her job? Is that not Gwendolyn? Who's Gwendolyn then? There's Gwendolyn here. Caroline. Wait, where's Caroline? That's Caroline, right? That's Caroline. I didn't see she was in the photo. That's Caroline. Is it? She has glasses on there. Is that Caroline? What about this one? Is that Caroline? She's got glasses on. Unless they're just funky glasses. It sure looks like this one would be Caroline. Caroline. Gwyneth M. Gwendolyn. So Gwendolyn would be Caroline's sister. So would it be glasses for Caroline? And her sister? She's got the little beret, like an artist would have. Like... She's got a little beret, like an artist does. I don't think glasses is Caroline. I think Caroline's gotta be beret girl. So her sister... would be the glasses. I feel like that's right. The wavy, look at Caroline's hair and then look at the picture there. Like, forget the beret, look at the hair. The short cropped curly wavy hair. So that's gotta be Caroline in the beret. So then I feel like that's gotta be Gwendolyn. Her sister. That married Stephen. I feel like that's her. What was Gwendolyn's occupation though? I'm gonna take a stab. I don't know. And then who else is in that picture? Cousin Bonnie. Yeah, I think that's definitely going to be Caroline because of the hair, the wavy short hair, and the beret, which is like so what an artist would wear. Cousin Bonnie. I was going to say, is Bonnie the ginger? But it looks like Bonnie never had kids, if Guy and Bonnie are in the right order. I've assumed that Guy was oldest because he became the Roottrees heir. The candy company heir. Which means Bonnie didn't have any kids. Which means that must be Bonnie? That's Bonnie. Next president, Guy Hudson. Well, I think the president is him. Because I feel like they're brother and sister, the Gingers. And if that's Bonnie, then he doesn't have any other sisters to be ginger with him. Not quite. Who's Bonnie then? Is this Gwendolyn? And this Bonnie? I feel like it was the other way around. I feel like Glasses was her sister. It just feels right. That picture does not look like her sister. Also, she kind of looks like Angelica, like the mom. Like, not gonna lie. She kind of also looks like she could be Zach's daughter. Were they right? She also looks like she could be Zach's daughter. I don't know. And then... one minute. Zach... there's got to be something about Zach, though. Like, he was the second president. I know it's not important. There's about Zach. Son of James and Gwendolyn Morden. Yeah, we've got Zach right. Son of James and Gwendolyn Morden. Nothing about anything else. There's barely anything on Zach. Strange to me. How do you know who his spouse is then? Go on, I'll take a hint with the pictures. Who else have we got in the pictures? Bonnie, next president Guy Hudson. Angelica's picture is wrong. Oh, okay. Who else could she be? That's Sam, right? That's Lauren. Have I missed somebody? That's Lauren. Or is that Lauren? But she said the four of us stood together and then people filtered in around us, behind us and in front of us. So the four stood together are those two. So that's these four. So that's definitely Lauren. Who else could she be? She's not Ginger Woman because that's Sam. So who else could be Angelica? Not the kid. If black hair isn't Angelica, who else could it be? Meaning redhead could be Angelica. So is the black hair Sam? Sorry, I've done it again. The black hair's Sam? Hey, I swear I hovered over the redhead earlier and you went, yeah, that's Sam. Sam's, yeah. I know you said Sam's a girl. You confirmed Sam's a girl. But I swear you went, yeah, when I hovered over the redhead. I spent this whole time assuming it was the redhead. That's Angelica Morden. Which makes sense now. Because now, redhead. Hey, that makes so much sense. Okay, I'm stuck again now, guys. I don't know what their occupations were. President, I know he's the president. There's another photo with Guy in. What was Guy Hudson again? Free spirit. So he'll be in the... This is the free spirit. That's the only photo of the free spirits. I got another photo with Guy in. Yeah, they'd have to swap. Because she's pregnant in the photo, the ginger girl. She's pregnant in the photo. So, redhead who had the babies. Guy Hudson. I thought I couldn't find anything online about him having children. Third president. So she is Bonnie. Maybe housewife? Like, I don't want to assume that just because she's got kids, but like, I don't know anything more about her at the moment. She said her cousin Bonnie married someone bland and boring, but I'm not going to get bland and boring by a name, am I? Guy Hudson. Ernie Jr. I don't think I've figured out who Ernie Jr. is yet either. Caroline. Bonnie, we figured out Bonnie, figured out Guy Hudson, Ernie Jr., Caroline, Gwyneth M. Which was this one, right? Gwyneth Morden. Gwendolyn. Sorry, she's Gwendolyn Morden. Who's Gwyneth M? Who's Gwyneth M? So I don't know. Do I not know who Gwyneth M is? Gwyneth Madsen. Where's Madsen again? But we've filled that in, haven't we? Gwyneth Madsen. I can't remember where the Madsens are. But we filled them in. Madsen. Where were the Madsens? Madsens. So that must be Gwyneth Madsen. Wait. No, yeah. There's Gwyneth Madsen. So who would she be in the photo? Ernest Madsen. Elias Jr. had a daughter, right? That married a Madsen. Then they got the Madsen name. Ernest Jr. Madsen, Gwyneth. Okay, so who could possibly be... What did I do for Bonnie? That's Bonnie, right? Yeah, so the blonde girl's still missing. So was that Gwyneth? The blonde girl. We've got Gwyneth, Gwendolyn, Miracle Jr. I don't think I've tagged Miracle Jr. Miracle Jr. Extra photos of him. He's not verified. Because of the spouse. I was going to say, is he the one that married somebody who wouldn't be... If I don't fill in the spouse, he can still be verified though, right? It's not because I haven't filled in his spouse. Can he still be verified? Because I've realised Miracle Jr. I haven't got the spouse. And yet he's verified. So why is he not verified? Is it that? I don't know, is it definitely him? It's the guy with the glasses, right? Because Miracle had eyesight issues. And he also had eyesight issues. His name's right. Right? Miracle Jr. That's Miracle the Third. So he's definitely Miracle Jr. I got his occupation wrong. He's a preacher. He's a preacher. Where's the photo? Yeah. So that's Sam. None of us understood why, including Sam. So that's Sam. I also didn't think it fair Miracle made it in since he's technically a 5-piece. I guess my inner child still holds a grudge. Technically a 5-piece. He regained his eyesight, didn't he? So is that him? And then this would be him. Glasses is Miracle the OG. So that's Miracle grown up. The small child is Miracle's son. So then these two need swapping because he's obviously older than this kid. Do we not know who this is yet? Roottrees Miracle Jr. Oh, we do! There! That's Miracle Jr. Right? No, because Eli's picture's from a later date. The small child is also him. Both are right. What, the child is Miracle Jr.? But I can't add it because he's not verified? If everyone in that picture is a 5-piece, she said she's annoyed about Miracle getting in. She didn't say anything about being annoyed that the child's in the photo, even though that child's not a next gen. She said Miracle's in it, which is annoying because he's a 5-piece. But she didn't say Miracle and his son or anything. The kid is next gen? Then who's the kid? Elias's son? Miracle Jr. Oh yeah, Miracle Jr. would be. Oh my god, yeah. 5Ps. Oh my god, I'm such an idiot. Okay, Miracle 5Ps, and then his son in the picture is next gen. Oh my god, Jesus Christ. I know, I think I got distracted by the fact that kid is so freaking young. Because I forget how young OG Miracle was. That makes sense. Okay. Do. So what else did we have picture-wise? Miracle Jr. will be the guy with the fluorescent tie. Right? Yep, the fluorescent tie. Well, not fluorescent, rainbow. So there's an extra picture of him, which we can't do yet. So, Bonnie, Guy Hudson, Caroline, who was Gwyneth M again? Oh my god. Gwyneth Morden. Gwendolyn. Miracle Jr. Jim Roottrees. Clark, Carl, and Eli. That'll be Clark, right? With the mustache. No, he doesn't have a mustache there. He's not verified. So if I got these two wrong, he's Elias C. And he's Elias M, because they haven't been locked in. And like everything surrounding them has been. Jesus Christ. Makes sense. Because Elias's middle name was Miracle. Elias M. Son of Miracle. Jesus. I think I did mention it earlier, yeah, and I just forgot to change it. Right. So he is Elias M. Joe Mechanic. So we've done Clark, we've done Carl, we've done Eli M. Yeah. So we've done Eli, Carl. So we're still left to do Clark, Jim, and Ernie Jr. Clark, Jim, and Ernie Jr. That definitely looks like he would be Clark. Looks like a musician, right? They've all got mustaches. I feel comfortable saying the one with the mustache is Clark. So then we've got Ernie Jr. and Jim Roottrees. Jim Roottrees was James Roottrees, wasn't he? James Roottrees. Jim Roottrees, James Roottrees from Jim and Diamond, right? Oh. That one will be him then with the mustache. The hair looks right. Which leaves the other two. Well, that must be Ernie Jr. Because... And that must be Clark. Clark didn't wear glasses. So where is Ernie Jr. again? Ernest Jr. Nice. Guys, I'm still like nowhere near the end. I was supposed to be getting this done tonight. Bloody hell. Right, so we've got everyone in that picture now, essentially. I don't know where Sam goes in the tree. There's that photo. We've done everyone in that photo. There's the sons. I'm trying to think, where do we go from here now? So, Elias Jr.'s, so it must be another Roottrees. So there's Candy, Christina, November. Ah, do you know who we didn't have from the photo? I said we've got everybody. So November is the little girl. I was right. Okay, so November's the child. So who does November belong to? Someone in that photo. They're all free spirits. November would belong to a next gen, right? Oh, I don't know. Caroline only had the one child. We've got all her children. Where did November come from? Whoa, where did November come from? I know what you mean about, like, I know what it is about November, but, like, where did she come from? Who's her mother? On the back of the photo in childish printing it says November. So, one of the next gens. So, Lauren's. Who of the next gens isn't? Aha! So, you had November. And then baby? I don't know. Not a baby. Student. But then how do we get the wife's name? Oh, she would be grown, wouldn't she? What would she be? There's no information about her. I don't know. Information about November and her mum is hard to find. We might have to give up on that lead as well. So there's Diamond and James's kids. There's Gwen's kids. I feel like there's no more information now. I'm gonna do it. Lauren mentions an old book of hers in one of the diary. Okay. I was trying to go the whole game without doing that, but you know. We've done A Life Between Wars. Do you know what book it might be? Because I had this one. And I searched it, but I think I Google searched it. When it should be public library, right? Oh. What book have I missed of Lauren's then? What book of Lauren's have I missed? Okay. Life Between Wars, we've done that one. Yes, done these ones. Complaints. Aunt Margot. Dynasty or Dynasty, whichever the fuck. I've heard both. Personally, I prefer Dynasty. Okay, what other books did she have? I don't know where Sam goes as well on the tree. What? Okay, well that's all of her thingies. That's all of her books that I've searched. The only one that's in here is Swashbuckle My Heart. This is a diary entry. She doesn't mention any other book. I'm tired. Ugh. I hate being tired. Feck's sake. I want to finish this. Oh, it's 20 to midnight. This is ridiculous how long it's taking me. Oh my god, I suck. What you said about Lauren's diary specifically, because there's other pieces with Lauren in, right? Can't remember where. Yeah, red herring. It really was a red herring. I thought so. How'd you find this second book? I've googled all of her other books. Yeah, and then she had the romance in court and the court jester series. Public library. Yeah, that's all we find. Then there was New Romance in Court. And then there was Return to Court. So, like, there's no other books. What are you on about, you silly duck? We've gone through all of the diary entries. This is in A Life Between Wars. Book was published. Yeah. Raised her son alone. She was a granddaughter of Elias and Gwyneth. Her family was the Cossells. Her father was Pop. Shorthand for the family. From her diary. Is it? No. Because it is just Life Between Wars, isn't it? The diaries, excerpts from the diaries of a Roottrees. Okay, written Lauren's diary, written in 1953. About Gwen, moaning about Gwen. She gets to be in Starlet. I'm jealous. I wish I'd been a fly on the wall. Pop argued at length that the company should stay with our branch of the family name. The only one that mentions a book is the final one that says, my first published book, Swashbuckle My Heart, is based on the pirate stories I used to invent with Jacob when we walked in the woods after school. And then she doesn't mention her second book. She doesn't mention another book. What are you talking about? I don't want to be told the name, but like I don't know how else to figure it out. What was it called? The one I just had, The Life Between Wars. I've already searched this book as well. Yeah, a summary of the contents of the book, as well as some particularly relevant entries, have been added to your evidence. What? So when? A Life Between Wars Clark. Where is that mentioned? You mean the Clark section? Here? What about it? We've got it, we've read it. This is A Life Between Wars, Clark. What? Oh, is that because I haven't finished Clark's section? That's why it's hinting at that. Oh, for God's sake. Well, I don't know what else to do for Clark. I'm not going to get any pictures of his kids anywhere. I've searched Chris Rafferty everywhere. Christopher? Oh my God. How do I find out more about his kids? So is he not a musician? What was he other than a musician? Clark. He used to make music with them. Really? Not in that one? And then public library, there's not going to be anything there for him. Aye! He was a musician for feck's sake. Thing is, if I get it right for him, it's not going to come up, is it? Because I've got to get 33 people, is it? Like, I've got to get more people. Right. To trigger something. So even if I got his occupation right. What else was he if he wasn't a musician? Lauren's Diaries. Advertising, architect, artist, other baby. What was his dad again? Did he fight in the war or something? She says about that Jacob would be happy that her and Clark have carried on the legacy. And I was confused what she meant by that. Oh, he'd be proud that Clark and I are carrying on his name. What's that got to do with Clark? Swashbuckle my heart. So there's something on this page. I remember there being something about that. Like, I was thinking once I unlocked Chris, I was like, I know that name because it's on the page about the curse. Apart from, I can't remember what was it called now. Was it just the Roottree curse? Chris Raff 75 at prodigy.us. So it was Christopher. This? Oh my god, you find a simple page called The Art of Rafferty. Oh my god, guys. Copyright 1997 on Prodigy that lists the author's email address. Below a bunch of gifs that say under construction, there are a few art pieces. The first is a painting captioned me and my fiance Lulu. Okay. Fiance, he can't spell fiance. Louisa? Maybe? A painting I did for my first year of college that I plan to give her when we get married in May. Gold Tartans. There's an old collage called Cousins, which seems to be made up of 3 scrambled images. The accompanying artist's statement says we need to create a piece of art about our family. I asked as many of my extended family of cousins for their pictures as I could. Even some I've never met. Only a few of them got back to me. And my teacher said I wasn't allowed to use pictures of Raina. Raina, Riley or Rose, so I had to get creative and use only my 3rd cousins. This includes Davy, and Bethany's yearbook picture. And Stephanie. Chris's artwork has been added to your evidence, but the cousins' photos will need to be unscrambled before you can use them. You've downloaded a new application, Pixpop, to edit the photos. A bit late in the game for like a new application thing. This art piece was found on the portfolio of college student Chris Rafferty. What? You need to know how to spell fiance, guy. That's not how you spell fiance. Photo. Louisa. Oh, she's gorgeous. Jeez. Author. And then... how are we going to unscramble these? This is Craft Rafferty's cousin art project and is said to include pictures of Davy. Is he not an author? Sorry, the author's... the website's author was him. He's not a freaking author, though. I read The Art of Rafferty and then author. College. So he's a student. Boom, boom. Bum, bum. Bum, bum. Yeah. Ba, ba, da, da, da. God, his fiance was stunning. Gorgeous. Okay. He hasn't mentioned what his dad does. My third cousins, Davy, Bethany, and Stephanie. So... Davy. Oh. Bethany. David. Oh no, how many Davids are there? Right, Kellogg. So somewhere there's a Kellogg. Somewhere there is a Kellogg. Here. I don't know. Davy, Bethany, and Stephanie. Oh, I forgot what third cousins means. I can't bother to figure it out, to be honest. Are Davy and Bethany related? I know I can search it up, but I can't be bothered. I'm lazy, man. I'm lazy. Oops. This one. Welcome. People that share the same great-great-grandparents, but not the same great-grandparents. That's not confusing at almost midnight when my brain's fried, is it? Okay, people that share the same great-great-grandparents, but not the same great-grandparents. So the same great-great. So great-great, but not the same great. I don't know, that sounds confusing as shit. Oops. Let's do a pig's pop. Cousin zoomed. I have to actually do a puzzle? Oops. Pretty. Oh shit. There we go. Dicho. No, that was what it's meant to say. Oops, this one as well. Oopsie. Oops. No. Yay! Dicho to my what? My chode what? My chode? No god, no, not that. I don't know. What? God, this one looks hard. Middle school. This is fun. I like that they've got puzzles like this. We haven't had any puzzles yet. Pretty. I wish this was like a way that you could actually flip and get your photos back, you know? It's such a fun way of doing it. There we go. I was like, what's missing? But this one doesn't have words on it. Okay, I thought all three of them were gonna have... Oh, shit. Oh, no. I hate sliding puzzles, guys. Oh, just be aware that this is it then for the rest of the stream. Oh, my God. I was literally just thinking, oh, this isn't that bad. This isn't that bad. Oh, God, I take it back. How do you separate the ones that are, that you don't want together? Yeah, feck off. Stupid singular piece, piss off. And then these as well. Separate you, no. Oh no. No. Separate. Yeah, that can help, you silly ducky. I'm sorry, ducky, you're not silly. I'm just being mean. Another flipping like that again. I really don't want to do it, guys. I want to skip it. Oh my god. Oh no. Sorry, I hit the mic again. Okay. Whoever made this puzzle, I curse them. No. God, my eyelashes are like stuck together. Oh God. I hate this. Guys, this is bullshit. This is oh, this is bullshit, 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 bull. How do I get this up there? Oh my God. How do I get this up there? Shut the fuck up. Oh my God. No, I can't be doing this. 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 Okay, thank you. Oh my God, the others are like a total shit show. Oh no. Well, there's his other nipple. No, I forgot. No, please just move over one. Please, 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 please. I beg, please. I'm too dumb, Jess. I'm too dumb. I'm too tired for this. How do I get this nipple over there, guys? I don't know, I've just fucked it all up now. Oh my God. I fucked the rest of it up now though. Okay. This is the worst thing ever. Shit, what have I done? 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 I just want these three to move the feck over. Where's this one go? I don't even know what this is. Oh god, if I was a detective, I would give up on this now. I'd just give straight up. I would resign. I would resign so hard. Shit. Fucked it up. Can't remember how I was doing what I was doing. What even is this? This is like another part of his hand. Where does this bit go? I'd like to see first it all pieced together. You know, there's his hand. So that's his left hand. This must be his right hand. Which means, oops. That one must be up here. Oh, I don't know. Is it all the same hand? Right, they go together. That's what we want. Wait, where did they want to be? Shit. Wow, we want them to be like one over, right? No, we don't want them to be one over. Okay, we want them to be... We want this to go back to where it went before. That's what we want. Keep fecking this one over. Great, I've lost that piece now. The hand, I've like confused myself. I wish you could undo. It's getting them to fit together. If I move that down now, it's gonna move that one too. Feck off. I don't care. Got one more in place. The music's so creepy. The music's very creepy. I don't know. Please let me give up, Jazz. Like, I know I'm so close to it, but I don't care. I wanted to finish this game tonight and it's midnight. I can't believe how long it has taken me to finish this game. Like, I cannot believe it. I've literally seen VODs of people playing this game on YouTube and it took them 4 hours. You know, this is now almost 10 hours into the game. I don't think I should play games like this anymore, in all honesty, because I'm clearly not very good. Jesus fecking Christ. And the DLC Roottrees Mania is even harder. Oh. Wonderful. I can't wait. Teehee. I'm like so close to it, but I can't. I thought it would be easier now. God's sake. Great, now I can't get these back. Okay. Now I've fucked these two up. This is bullshit. La di da di da. Nope. Thought I knew what I was doing there, but like, no. You fucking all up, G. Oh my god. No, there's still a space away. Thank you, DC. I was still a space away. I'm gonna start screaming in a minute. Mm. Okay. Where the fuck do these go? Oh, it's the other side of the pool. Okay. One closer. Shit. Shit. How do I fix these? How do I separate that now? I can't, can I? For God's sake. How do I separate this stupid block now? Oh, for God's sake. No. Okay. What about this last bit? How do I get his hand to go in the right place now? Oh no. Nope, there's a gap. There's a gap. Of course there's a freaking gap. Why wouldn't there be a gap? Nope, why wouldn't there be a gap? Absolutely no way. How do I get his hands to be in the right place? Don't move up, move the others down to make the line of 4. What do you mean move the others down? These ones? Oh no. Nope. Why am I fucking this all up now? I swear to God. So don't move up, move the others down to make the line of 4. Yes. Yes. Right, anyway, that's the end of the fucking stream now, guys. I can't be bothered to do that anymore. Yeah, boy. I'm never doing that again. I hate that puzzle. I absolutely fucking hate that puzzle. I don't care what he swims for. What the fuck is Yukon? Let's Yukon. Davy Kellogg, 4th. Their swim team. Okay, but Davy Kellogg, 4th. What am I doing anymore? I don't even fucking know. I don't even know. Davy Kellogg, the 4th. Okay, but where did Kellogg come from? Where's Kellogg 1, 2, and 3? So he's the one doing this stupid art project, right? Is this Davy? Is this gonna be Kellogg boy? Yeah? Could that be him? Little cornflakes shit. What did he say about it? Ah, Daphne's, she's Davy's younger sister. Okay, so they could be theirs. They could be theirs. He's Ginger, the boy. Could be theirs. Because he is Ginger. Have I got Bonnie and Gwendolyn right? Yeah, I must have. It's just the daughter looks like Gwendolyn's, you know? So he's Ginger. So swimming boy. So we got this girl. So eldest boy. You said Bethany's the younger sister, right? I never want to do that puzzle ever again. Jesus Christ. Right. So Bethany. Kellogg. David. 4th. Ginger boy. Looks like Ronald Weasley. Swimmer. Athlete. He's not a pro athlete. Is he at college? He swims for Yukon. What was Yukon again? University of Connecticut. So is it college? She is, I guess, from that picture in senior school? Middle school. Which means this must be the other Kellogg. David the 3rd. Okay. What was Bonnie? Is that not it then? Got these 3 right. I have definitely got them right? Damn it. She just looks like she'd be her daughter. Like... Okay. I think that's right then. Oh, that's Bethany. Oh, bum bum. Right, bum bum bum. Makes sense. Her roots were showing. Oh my god, yeah, Ginger. Hello, I'm very nearly done.
On the phone, I said I owed you an explanation. But I can't reveal everything. Not yet. I'm sure this all seems like deception for deception's sake. So I'll try to explain why. It's true, I'm working with lawyers. But not the candy company lawyers. My publisher's lawyers. I'm on the verge of releasing a book. And
Publishers?
it's not kind to the Roottrees. Especially Elias and the
Releasing a book?
Pieces. The truth often isn't. But with the plane crash, the publisher is rightfully worried it'll look like I'm making things up to exploit a tragedy. So they're doing their due diligence.
She's not Lauren, is she?
That's why you're here. To be sure there's enough evidence for an expert to unearth the whole story. If I tell you the whole story now, we can't prove that. I hope you understand. That said, I can say that the work you're doing is very personal to me. To my story, one spot on the tree is more important than the rest. You've likely noticed it. It's locked for now. I'll return one final time, after you fill it in. Also, there are fewer Roottrees left. In a sense, that makes it easier. Use process of elimination. It's also harder to verify when you're right. You'll need 4 blood relatives before they lock from here on out. I don't have any more evidence for you, but trust your intuition. If something has a high number, it's not a mistake. You're getting closer and closer to the truth.
What does she mean
I
by
look
that?
forward to seeing you soon.
Ah, goddamn woman. Okay. Bethany. Not Bethany. Blah, 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 blah. Stephanie. So who's Stephanie? Stephanie Cattrall. Sam. Okay, where does Sammy go? Didn't think so. Instead of returning, the person who hired you called you on the phone. They claimed that they were a Roottrie. The next time they returned, they gave you a partial explanation. Well, they were obviously a Roottrie. They hired you to help verify their personal account of the family's history. All that's left to do is finish the family tree and find what's in the locked space, which they said was personal to them. One Sam married in. But the other Sam controls a boy. Okay. What was her name again? Stephanie. So Sam. This here, maybe? Seems like a good spot on the tree. If she's an only child. That seems like a good space on the tree. So, Sam. With this girl. Okay, 12. Hey, hey, hey. There's the Raffertys. Oh, we still haven't got Kim LaRue. No new evidence. We've got their children. Where were we with Christian? With Chris, what was the name? Patricia Christensen. Where were we on that? That was a lead we were following. Steel company in Butler County. On a World War II history page, you find it contributed to the war effort by creating parts for vehicles. Patricia Christensen, both are mentioned in a book review for Steamy Correspondence. So there's the Tina Angelina one again. I can't remember now. Tina. Oh, can't be asked. I'm so tired. Steamy Correspondence. What was her name? Tina Angelina. Ah, yes. That was the Steamy Correspondence. Patricia Christensen, who would have been in her mid-20s when the letter was written, was married to an older man of no status. This letter was most definitely not to him. Well, who's left of no status? Walter Forsyth? Walter Forsyth? Must be Walter Forsyth. Forsyth. Patricia, who would have been in her mid-20s when the letter was written, was married to an older man of no notable status. This letter was most definitely not to him, so it was to a Roottrees. The father of a child she hid from society in some way. To him? I don't know. So she was writing to a Roottrees. He's the only one I can think of. So then is that their secret love child that then went on to have... Wait, did they have a secret love child? Wait, what? So she was married to someone of no note. She wrote to him. She was in love with him. She got married to him. Was there not like a big scandal about that or anything? They just openly got married. Sent to live in possession of your brother's twisted sin. A twin. Your brother's twisted twin. Well, these two are really alike. Lauren's made a point of that. So they're probably the twins, right? So is Elias the twisted twin? I don't know. Sent to live with your twisted twin. Am I missing something for this one then? Yes, okay. So we'll have to leave that one alone. So we've got Patricia at least. The History of Candy book. Yeah, where was that? How do I search that? Because I don't know who the author is. So there must be a volume 1. Who's the author? Sweet History of Candy. Where's my page? Charles Lee. Charles Lee. This is a book about all things candy throughout history. It starts with historical accounts dating back to the ancient Egyptians. Thank you, that's brilliant. I didn't even think about that. Of course, there's got to be a volume 1. It includes some print advertisements from companies you've heard of, including an extremely early newspaper for 5 pieces that Charles Lee included due to a major misprint. The author included it because of the spelling error on the word available near the bottom. It states that the flavors are inspired by their children, and the order is grape, elderberry, egg cream, cinnamon extract, and melon. Who's egg cream, guys? I don't think that was the typo. Who is egg cream indeed? Grape, elderberry, cinnamon, such a... Aha, there's a secret child. C-E. 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 I mean, candy would make sense. C-C-E. There's no C-E. Unless it's just C, which could be Clara. And where does the E come from? Elias. Middle name Elias. Oh, sorry. E-C, egg cream. Egg cream. E-C. This Edith. E-C. The only E-C is Edith Jacobson. Lauren mentions an EC. Okay. Even Clark. God, I thought that was the EC then. Even Clark. Okay, not that page. EC, 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 EC. This one? I imagine it would be this page. No. Sam. Cosell. It's gonna be Cosell, isn't it? Because I've just read, he finally gave in to his wife and announced that Sam, an obscure relative, his wife's family was called the Cosells, and Lauren doesn't talk about them. Granny had sisters. Easy. Farmhands. Swore he saw Sam working alongside the farmhands EC and John. See, when I first read that, I read it as EC and John were the farmhands and Sam. But it's along the farmhands EC and John, not along the farmhands EC and John. Or are they the farmhands? So is that where they were hiding them all along? Like, making them farmhands? Sam, EC, and John. So we got Sam, Samantha Roottrees, John. There's no John Roottrees or anything. Who's John in all this? I can't remember what I was looking at. Okay, so EC, so egg cream. So it's going to be something Cosell, I reckon. There was only Sarah Cosell, I think, and we've got her. So this is probably going to be somebody Cosell. Maybe. And then one of the names in the envelope is going to be Cosell, I reckon, because it says you have to type in the names manually. So one of the names might be Edith. Egg cream. And then who have we got left? Walter Forsyth, Edith Jacobson. Well, it would have to be a Roottrees because of Elias. Candy Jack. It's gonna be a girl because they married Ernest. So Tessa. There's Candy, Samantha, or Tessa, or Christina. What did I do with the other Sam? There was two Sams. So that one is the one. This Sam is the girl Sam, right? So we've done the one who married in, and this is Samantha Roottrees, girl Sam. So it's got to be girl Sam. So girl Sam was the love child, and that's what made her so special. But then she went on to have a president. This secret love child. Oh, ho, ho. Ah, ho, ho. We finally fecking put Samantha here. Jesus Christ. Samantha. Did I not put that girl in? The girl with the glasses. No, I have. I've put her there. I thought I hadn't put her in there then. Stephanie. So there's evidence that explains that somewhere. Okay, so I am missing something. And she was... farmer? She was a farm hand. Child? Baby? Was she hidden on the farm all her life? So farmer or like baby? Huh. Right, and I'm guessing the kids here, right? They're gonna be Roottrees as well. What's the bet? It's Candy and Wolf. Like, sounds like what you'd have for two artists naming their children, who's literally one of their names is Diamond, for God's sake. Like, love the name, it's beautiful, but it leads on to Candy and Wolf, right? I think I said that earlier, but I didn't know whether to put it in or not yet. And I don't know which order they'd be. Like, who would be the eldest? We could try and search Candy Root Tree. Wolf. Nope. God's sakes, we've got no pictures or anything of them, but we've got their names inputted. Then there's Elias M's child and his spouse. So left of the girls, Edith Jacobson, Patricia Jones, Clara Lansing, Helen Lennon. Oh my god, how am I supposed to figure out who Elias's wife was? I'm missing things again. But I don't know what now. I feel like I'm at a dead end. Oh my god. Oh, it's midnight now as well. Oopsie. Oopsie poopsie. What am I missing? I must have missed like a periodical or something. I don't think I had anything left on the to-do page. Clark's occupation I still haven't feckin' put in, have I? If he's not a musician, then what the feck was he? I'm putting musician, man. There's no evidence of him being anything else. I don't care. I don't care. I think there's loads of evidence I feel like I'm missing. Like periodicals and stuff. So we've done all those. I'm just scrolling through everything now. One piece of evidence relating to this, apparently. One more piece of evidence. Yeah, her mother's family was the Cosels. So EC is going to be something Cosel. But what, I don't know. I think we tried searching for the Cosels and there was nothing. I know there was a Sarah Cosel. Cosels. Excuse me, hiccups. Gwyneth Cosel. She was Anderson, wasn't she? Where did Cosel come from? She had no brothers. So she had sisters, the Cosels. As the older sister, she was to inherit the farm so long as she married. Before Elias took over, the farm produced only syrup. Gwyneth Anderson sister? Sisters? God's sake. So she's got hidden sisters. Just turning the game down a bit. It's super duper loud, man. What do we want to do now? Feck. So we've done that page. One piece of evidence relating to this. I'm doing one more. If you can't find the book, try taking a look back at Lauren's publishing history, for God's sake. What's going on about Clark again, for feck's sake? What was Clark's job? That's what I'm missing, I think, from here. Musicians, artists, dancers, all sorts of nonsense. Musician, artist, dancer. Thanks sake. My cousins are doing well. Gwen is Gwen. Why does she not like Gwen so much? There's no evidence for what his fecking job is in this bloody book. Huh. Where's the evidence again? Oh, now there's 2 pieces. I swear there was 1 piece left 5 minutes ago. What? Where was the one? Zach. Where's the part about Edward? Edward. Edward is set to take over his department once he retires. So Edward, yeah, was a lawyer. It was November though. Look into the music stuff online. Wait, now there's 8 pieces. Oh, there's different pieces for each feckin' page. Right, okay. The music stuff online. What was his name again? He was a Roottrees, right? Clark? Rafferty, Jesus Christ. What am I doing? Clark. T. The band, these times. Sorry, the album, these times. C and J, J and D. Copy. Done this one. Performed with Jim's cousin and Diamond's sister. Jim's cousin and Diamond's sister. Oh, you can't find anything else about Die Hard Dazzler, the band, or the single. Jim Roottrees and Diamond LaRue's first song together. He also mentions it was performed with Jim's cousin and Diamond's sister. So Jim's cousin, Diamond's sister. Who's Jim's cousin? Because wasn't these times... A minute. Yeah, so Jim's cousin Clark, Diamond's sister Jane. I thought there might be something secret there. It was only somewhat similar to Jim and Diamond's later works. Did you search Lauren's romance books under both her names? No, I didn't. This is stupid bloody romance books. Romance in Court. Re-released as Romance in Court. Out of print. Then there was New Romance in Court, wasn't there? Oh, for fuck's sake, what did she have? She had... Return to Court, New Romance in Court. Ah, nothing's coming up. Swash. I forgot about Swashbuckle My Heart. Thank you. Re-released as X Marks the Spot. Hey, so I was looking under the wrong name. Nothing there. What? What was it? Re-released as what? Lauren? Rafferty. What's the name of the book again? Swash? Buckle My Heart. X Marks the Spot. Under Lauren. What was she again? What did she change to? Roottrees. According to the back of the book, this is a buried treasure by Lauren Roottrees from the author of the Court series. It also says to keep an eye out for Lauren Roottrees' next book, Revisiting the Diary, 10 years later. Oh. Oh. This was a version of Lauren Roottrees. I love hearing that print noise, man. That is the best noise in the world. Lauren's diary released in 1975. Unlike the original, it contains no pictures but has many new passages that reflect on her thoughts. One major event happened between releases that changed Lauren's outlook on certain subjects. The death of Elias. A summary of the fallout has been added to your notes, as well as some other select pages. Something sus about the death of Elias. Shit. Oops. Okay. The new diary opens with an explosive incident that happened in the decade between the release and re-release. Elias Roottrees had died, and during the reading of his will, there was an audible gasp when a certain name was read aloud. Samantha Roottrees. Although Sam and her children were not meant to receive monetary inheritance, he had a stipulation that she retain the rights to run the farm and any and all decisions related to it. What? It was then that the scandalous secrets came out. None of the 5 pieces were surprised, but it was quite a shock to everyone else, including Sam. She'd been told her parents had died. Apparently Sam was the illegitimate daughter of Elias Jr. and Patricia Christensen. Patricia, the daughter of a local steel mogul, and Eli Jr. harboured a secret romance at age 16. She became pregnant, and after the birth, her father refused to let her see Eli Jr. ever again. Her baby Samantha was sent to the Roottrees. Elias hid her away with a local farmhand known as Egg Cream. Patricia was married off to a much older man and sent away. That was the end of that, almost. None of the next gens had ever met or heard of Patricia until she unexpectedly reappeared, now going by Patsy. After Patsy's husband died, she reunited with Eli Jr. and they finally married in their 50s. All that time apart. Laura mentioned the wedding in her first diary without knowing Patsy's history. Eli Jr. had never taken another lover. Lauren, ever the romantic, quite appreciated this. Aww, till he got her. This is a page of additional notes and context. A companion piece to the entry about Sam. Clearly, I did not know our true family history when I wrote this. I didn't even know Sam was a Roottrie. All of my doubts were ill-founded. She's a fine woman. Had she the chance to grow up with us, Sam might have been the sister figure Gwen never was. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her, and her children seem eager to help the family in their own ways. Ernie Jr. has been learning the day-to-day from Zach. It's been a long, long time since any real Roottrie was excited and interested in the actual candy as Ernie. Aww. As a bonus, Gwyneth has the green thumb of her mother and her adopted grandfather. What I'm most ashamed of is not figuring it all out myself. Sam's the spitting image of Patsy with her jet black hair and green eyes. She doesn't have the thick glasses Patsy did, of course. But I guess that skips a generation. Her children have that covered. It's hard to explain the look on Pop's face when they read that the farm operations would pass to Samantha Roottrie for as long as she was willing. I got flashbacks to when Zach was made president. Mother reframed it a bit to calm him down. Sam wouldn't receive any candy money after all, and was essentially inheriting the right to rule over the peasants for eternity. Okay, gross. Pop warned us away from that farm for years. I never met EC in person, but Pop once referred to him a confirmed bachelor, so he's not a Cosell, because the Cosells were sisters. I suspect that's why he kept us from there. Sam had to grow up in a house with him and his roommate, Mr. Miller. Miller chicken dinner? Miller chicken dinner? There's no Miller. God damn. So confirmed bachelor, is that like key for Mr. Miller and EC were together? Confirmed bachelor. Maybe they were together and Sam grew up raised by them, I guess. I'm not sure Sam will ever forgive Uncle Junior or Patsy for abandoning her to that life. If I were her, I might never forgive them either. But even so, she seems to blame more than just the two of them. She has no problems with us next gens, but she has a palpable hatred for the 5 pieces and Elias and Gwyneth. Where was Patsy's letter again? What was it Patsy's letter said? I don't remember where Patsy's letter is. What letter? Shit. Oops. Oh, Patsy's. Oh, the steamy correspondence. If not for her story, yours and mine would be the most tragic tale ever told. How awful is it that such beauty was ripped from its And worse, sent to live in possession of your brother's twisted twin. So who was she sent to live with again? The Roottrees, and she was raised by EC and Mr. Miller, your brother's twisted twin. So is Egg Cream or Mr. Miller the twisted twin? Forced to live a life of labor under a wicked relative. Oh. Aw. So egg cream, presumably, is the evil twin, the twisted twin. Egg cream is the twisted twin. Oh, I'm not calling him that. Egg cream. He's what? Not a twisted twin. It's because he was gay. That's what made him twisted. Oh my god. Egg cream was dating Mr. Miller. Oh, that's disgusting. I was like, oh, it's such a sad. It's like so sad that they were separated all these years, and now I'm like, oh no, never mind. Roommate Mr. Miller. Reading this back, I get deja vu. As I write this addendum, Clark's gotten married again. No Roottree has ever remarried. Sure, I lost Jacob and Gwyn divorced Wild Bill just before she had her second. Not even I can blame her for that. I've seen what he gets up to in Starlet. But neither of us ever took a second husband. Can you see what was in Starlet about him? Huh. Stories and gossip about who'd been seen with in public, blondes mostly. The first mentions one of his first roles was under his real name, Walter Forsyth. So he's not Linus. Ah. Where did I get Linus from? So it wasn't Linus Cornwall. It was Walter Forsyth. Where did I get Linus Cornwall from? Walter frickin' Forsyth. Second is an interview. Although he doesn't mention her by name, you determine from context he's talking about Gwyn. An apology to all the ladies, I'm actually taken. Earlier this year I did a friend a favour. He was directing a war movie and asked me to play a small part. Wouldn't you know it, that son of a bitch cut me from the picture. I'm just ribbing. It wasn't his fault. Apparently the studio didn't want to pay for a star of my calibre. I got the last laugh though. I met someone. She spent most of the film crying. She was playing a soldier's wife. But even through the tears she was incredible. I know I tend to have a reputation, but this one's true love. I only have eyes for her. Ironically, the third is a rumour that his divorce from Gwyn was due to multiple affairs, including one with another actress. An American reader on vacation in Paris claims to have overheard Wild Bill and Gwyn arguing in public while she was holding a baby and visibly pregnant. Not long after, Gwyn announced she was divorcing him, and also that she was pregnant again, giving the rumour more credibility. Seems you're in the flow of the evidence. I'm going to call it a night as it's super late. And the night, Jess. Thank you so much for being here. Jesus Christ, I wouldn't have been able to do any of this if it wasn't for you. Bloody hell. I appreciate you a lot. I appreciate you a lot. I'll let you know. I'll let you know. I really want to get it done, man. Thank you for the hydrate as well, by the way. That's what that was. Thank you. Thank you for helping me. I'm so tired. With the way the world is moving, I guess it was inevitable someone in the family would remarry. I just wish it wasn't my son. I can only wonder if Clark's apparent disrespect for marriage is due to the lack of a real father. I did what I could. And Lord knows Eli C. stepped up and helped. More than I can say for Clancy or Edward. So her brothers. Eli practically raised Clark and Jim as brothers whenever he could. Eli's marriage seems fine and Jim's marriage seems solid as a rock. Pun intended. What, because they were in a band? Like Jim's in a band. So who knows what causes these things? I suspect he's marrying Jane to keep her from running out on the band. Without her, he'd be the third wheel, and I imagine they wouldn't last long as a trio. But still, I don't think a marriage on such a shaky foundation like that can last, and Lord knows I was right last time. I think we've already got like a lot of that information. We've figured a lot of it out ourselves, you know, or Jess has told me. And it turns out it's all here, but like I just couldn't find any of it. The biggest complaint I got after publishing my diary was how many similar names there are, and I get it, there are 4 Elis for Pete's sake, but that's how it is. Someone would say I saw Eli in town and I wouldn't know which one they meant. My brother, my uncle, my cousin. That's why they became Uncle Junior, or Miracles Eli, or Eli C. Our family's names were always unusual. Grandpa Elias was a believer in using the names of each generation to honour those in the last. His father and Grandma Gwyneth's father were named Edward and Clancy. So now you see where my pop's name came from. Grandma Gwyneth's father was Edward. One thing that's always been consistent in our family though is that anytime someone's a junior, they're always the firstborn son. That goes for Miracle, Eli, or even Clancy. With the women, however, it all goes out the window. I think Gwendolyn got her name from some combination of Gwyneth and Caroline, who was Elias's mother. Women's names tend to get all mixed up as the generations went on. I guess that's because there's no female equivalent of junior. So if you're reading my diary and confused, you're not alone. Even the government had problems. I remember once receiving certified mail for an Edward Clancy Roottrees. I had to break the news. They got my father's name backwards. Clancy Edward Roottrees. Why do I feel like I still need to search this? Yeah, I was like, what if it wasn't the wrong way around? Apparently this is the first thing she could ever wrote. She knows it was for a school assignment about anger. This isn't a companion to any specific entry, but rather a fun bonus. She knows it was for a school assignment about anger, and she believes based on the teacher's name she must have been in the 3rd grade. She doesn't exactly remember the event spelled out, but she does remember getting in trouble. I got angry when I met a new girl who I did not like. She was dirty and didn't have a pretty dress. Me and Pop walked home in town, and she hugged him. When I told her he was my Pop, she pushed me. I got angry and yelled at her, and Pop said to treat her nice. Then she said, "Your Pop is my dad." She screamed it loud in my ear. She was lying to me, and lying is not a nice thing. So I pushed her too. Then I got in trouble. Then Pop took her away. He told me, "Don't worry. I'm glad she's gone." Was that about Sam? He said, "Your Pop is my dad." Well, her Pop was him. There's no secret page for an extra child. Your Pop. Pop is dad, isn't it? Not granddad. There's still nothing about what Clark's job was. I gotta head off. Have a good stream. I always enjoy your streams. Catch you next time. Bye, Lacey. Thank you so much for coming in. I appreciate it. Have a good night. I'm gonna have to go to bed in a minute. It's like almost 1 in the morning. And it is 1 in the morning. Jesus Christ. And we're still not done. Bloody hell. That sounds like Sam, because Pop took her away. He told me, don't worry, I'm glad she is gone. She was dirty and didn't have a pretty dress. She must have been talking about Sam. But why did she say your Pop is my dad? Because that's Sam's dad. Samantha's was Eli. Am I being an idiot? Probably. Still nothing about what his job is. He just is a musician, man. He just is. So we're keeping it as that. Kim LaRue's kids. So Clark's children with Kim LaRue. There's nothing about that either. Or about Candy and Wolf. Or about their kids. Oh my god, I was really hoping to finish this tonight. Or about his wife, their child. Christ, there's still so much I'm missing. So I'm missing some photos over here. But everything is filled in. Oh no, Guy Hudson's wife. What else do we search? Jim Roottrees mentioned someone's new business in Modern Music Monthly. Did he? Jim Roottrees. He did. And I never searched it up. I totally forgot about it. Raffa Tunes. Clark Rafferty LaRue's advertising firm. On there is an about page and you can find a picture labelled the inspiration for the famous Super Bowl ad campaign. Below that is more detail. Clark was in a department store getting a family portrait with his wife and kids. When his wife was trying to get his youngest, Katrina, to calm down for the picture, he had the idea for the Roottrees Super Bowl ad. Ah, so his youngest is Katrina. Excuse me. Can't just sneeze basically into the microphone. Right, we've got that. So we had two girls, Jessica and Katrina. Aw, Clark. Got old. He got old. Kim LaRue. You have her too. Yes! Dun dun. I was really hoping that would pop up. So that gives us his job now, right? I forgot about Raffa Tunes. I wrote it down as well. So many things I wrote down and forgot to actually go back and look at. So he had advertising firm. So he's in advertising. That sorts them out then. Anything? excuse me. Jesus. I'm sorry. I'm probably bursting everyone's eardrums with that. He started Tunes. Christ. Excuse me. It's a massive company willing to be a client. That's also how my father was connected to Roottrees. I went straight for the music. Nothing about his kids then. There's a tangent in his spider search result. Everything's coming back to him, man. I'm just being an idiot, apparently. Okay, Diamond is considered by fans to be the band's lead singer. The band never had another hit, but its fans refer to themselves as Diamond's Dazzlers. Jim and Diamond have continued to release music through the 80s and 90s. I've already looked at Cherry Tree and Sound of Laughter. Jim has become a bit of a recluse and hasn't made a public appearance since 1996. Diamond's Dazzlers is the name of the official fan club for Jim and Diamond. You'll find a forum post called Cool Things You Got in the Mail on a random forum about video games. One reply mentions that Jim and Diamond still send out a Christmas card every year to Diamond's Dazzlers. It's accompanied by some pictures as well as some history about the fan club. Apparently, even though it's no longer available to join, Jim and Diamond still honour it themselves personally. There's a fierce debate in the subsequent posts about whether that's cool or pathetic. I think it's cool as shit. Amongst the pictures of Christmas cards from over the years, only one is relevant. The card from 1996 included pictures of Jim and Diamond's young son Wolf, as well as a note about his daughter's band, the Floozies. Ah. Yes. Oh, okay. For some reason, I saw that poster then and I thought it was the girl thingy poster that we've got in our room. You know, this Right Girl? I thought that was it then. Okay, so that's his son. So that's Wolf. And I'm assuming Candy's his daughter. The Floozies are an all-female punk band operating out of New York. They're mentioned in passing in an online review from earlier this year. Apparently they were the opening act for the band the reviewer actually came to see. The reviewer writes that she normally doesn't review the opening act, but this one was unusual, and not because of the music, which she described as loud, fast and repetitive, but not in the good way. The trio was extremely cagey about their identities. The reviewer asked the venue who they were, and she was told they were rumoured to be the children of other famous musicians and didn't want that to be why they became popular. The reviewer also mentioned that for an underground and unknown band with absolutely no following, their equipment was all extremely expensive, and not only were they selling CDs, but they cost $1. They probably were losing a fortune. The reviewer said although she bought a copy, she'll be unlikely to ever listen to any of it again, except maybe Beef Baby, the 7th track. There is no picture of the Floozies performing live, but the cover from the CD they were selling, Conquistable, has been added to your evidence. So we've got Beef Baby. You can't actually find anything else about it anywhere, but with a name like that, it's hard not to speculate, isn't it? Could it be a euphemism? Or a newborn cow? Perhaps the Floozies are holding a grudge against a toddler. It certainly piques your curiosity, if only you had the time or resources to look into it further. I want to look into it further. Beef Baby song. No. I want to find out. The Floozies. Anything in here? No. Here we go. So I'm guessing this is his daughter. Oh. Hey. Guitar, vocals, Candy. Bass, Nikki, drums, Nina. God, this guy's... Oh, girl. I don't know who we are, the detective, but the eyes must hurt, man. It's minor killing me. Right. So we've got Candy. So we've got them now. Who else is missing? Gwen. So we can do Gwen Roottrees again. Old films that are not yet available on VHS. Guys Like Us. It's a 1953 film in which two secretaries cut their hair short and pose as businessmen to get ahead in life until one of them falls in love with their client. Starring Gwen Roottrees, Leslie Florence, and Harrison Lane. One of the guys she kissed. The title's a play on words, as it can be read that the two women are men similar to other men, or that the men are fond of them. Oh, Guys Like Us. Yeah, I read it as Guys Like Us, not Guys Like Us. That is true. I didn't even think about that. Right, Christmas Mission. It's on a page called Flops. It was a war movie about World War I that received poor reviews and lost the studio money. Gwen had a role as a soldier's wife that wrote him letters from home. You find no additional relevant information. Marked as an incredible true story, but no record of the events happening has ever been found. That's where Christmas Mission is where she met Bill, isn't it? Because he said she was playing a soldier's wife in the film where he met her. We've looked at Jim's thing as well, haven't we? Not Jim, Bill. Not modern music. What I didn't do, I haven't googled Walter Forsythe. Oh. How you spell it? T-H-E. Ah! Listed in the cast of a movie called Gal in the Gang. Directed by Bruce Throckmorton. Appears to be a low-budget comedy, but there's no other information about it. Bruce Throckmorton was a prolific movie director who released a movie every year from the mid-1960s until his death on set in 1993. God. Interesting. Most of his movies could be described as camp, especially those from the early 1970s, although you notice some critics seem to take offence with that characterisation. One of his signature flourishes was to include a silly message a minute or two after a movie's credits ended. Most of these have been cut from the home video releases of his titles, so fans of his work have been trying to track down film prints to catalogue them all. As fascinating as it is, it doesn't seem related to the Roottrees. So we're at a dead end there. God's sake. Don't! The actors in Brother Trouble. I did write this one down. Brother Trouble. We didn't look into Dustin Christopher. Baker. Often abbreviated DCB. Since leaving, he's appeared in a few straight-to-VHS movies that adapt classic literature to a family audience with minor success. The popular of which was Jane Eyre, which reimagined the Charlotte Bronte novel as a high school romance with a focus on skateboarding. Oh my god. He doesn't seem to be associated with the Roottrees. Okay, so it is the other one that we need to search. Tommy Mark. We looked at him though. Apparently we didn't. He skyrocketed to popularity after his starring role in the sitcom Brother Trouble. Since the end of Brother Trouble, he's often been on the cover of tabloids for his supposed drug use and more recently his relationship with Raina Roottrees. Oh yeah, that's who they married. That's who he married, wasn't it? After a short engagement, they married in 1987 when she was only 19 and he was 23. Okay, so what do we want to look into? We know he married Raina. Cover of tabloids. So it might be worth searching Tommy Mark Sheridan? Oh. Tommy Mark Sheridan appeared on the cover of Teen Blast a record 38 times, including 3 back-to-back months during the height of Brother Trouble. In the issues he wasn't on the cover, he was still mentioned quite often. You read every word of every article, and besides the fact that he was married to Raina, only one thing seems relevant. A gossip section from 1996, about 8 months before their marriage, called "Is TMS Dating a Rootree?" At a recent autograph signing, TMS told a Teen Blast reporter that he met a girl at a party in Malibu. Apparently the cast of Brother Trouble gets together at Penelope's house once a year. Who's Penelope? And this time TMS found love. The mega hottie had this to say: "She's incredible. She came to the party to meet me specifically, and I'm glad she did. She said she had a crush on me when she was younger. I told her I have a crush on her from her posters now. When our Teen Blast reporter asked who the lucky girl was, he refused to spill, but we did some digging. One of the creators of Brother Trouble, Ron, married Penelope, who played TMS's mom on the show. And get this, Ron is a distant relative of the Roottrees sisters." Ah. So Ron married Penelope. So what was her name? Penelope Tessa Green. Mentioned a few articles about Brother Trouble. The show stars TMC and DCB played her sons on television. Penelope's character was not really who teenage girls cared about. As a result, there's very little gossip surrounding her. Yeah, I would guess. Retired comedian. There's a result for the Laugh Lounge and a club in Reno that claims Penelope got her stand-up start and first did her famously raunchy breast milk cheese routine. Okay, girl, go off. In the 80s, before she was a star on Brother Trouble. The site claims she retired for the birth of her first child, but still makes yearly appearances for fundraisers, doing more family-friendly material. You find a picture labelled Joke O'Lantern 1997, as well as a different picture labelled Jack watching one of his mother's charity sets. So Jack Roottrees breast milk cheese routine. Do I want to know what that is? Is the game going to yell at me if I search this? What was it? You can't tell me that and then not give me more. Joke O'Lantern. And then a son. One of the sons was Jack. Oh, they had 2 kids. Jack Roottrees. You found this on a website about a comedy club called the Laugh Lounge. It was captioned Jack watching one of his mother's charity sets. One angel. Oop. We're flying through now. I forget you have to do 4. Okay. Let's hope the momentum continues. Joke O'Lantern. So there's Penelope. Who else have we got for the Roottrees? There isn't a kid left. I must have been a girl. Oh, the baby must have been a girl. Tessa or Christina. Haven't we already done Christina? I swear there's already a Christina on here. Damn it. I was hoping to just it be the last one, you know? Elias Roottrees. Don't know any of their names. That's also him, and I think the kid was also him. And then this one was Clark, and the old one of Clark. Nice. There's another picture of Raina somewhere, apparently, that I've missed. Don't know. I forgot what her name was. I don't think there's a photo of her here that I haven't already done. Ah. Rainer. Where are you, girly? Okay, I want to get all like the secret pictures as well. So is there only these two left? Looking promising. Okay, there's some missing pictures there of Guy and Bonnie. Are there any other family pictures? We're also missing a couple of spouses. Several people related to the campaign mailer. What do you mean campaign mailer? What's the campaign mailer? What do you mean campaign mailer? Is it a piece of evidence? This one? Oh. Yeah, we did. We've done all that. Caroline and her family and stuff. Don't know her occupation. Don't know if that's right. Even the spouses. What I mean, a spouse? We've got him locked in already. Brian Jones, no one important in terms of this screen. Who did Zach marry? Stephanie could use the publicity your daughters bring. She may have grown up in an unconventional family, to say the least. To research him then. There's only one spouse on the cover. Famous athlete who broke a pole vaulting record doesn't seem related to the Roottrees. If you're looking for a different Brian Jones, you may need to search a more local resource. Many advertisements over the year, as well as a small article from 1995. I didn't think he'd be relevant because he's not got like a big, you know, hasn't got his job or anything underneath. His picture's tiny. I didn't think I'd need to look into him. The article is a piece about Brian Jones taking over his father's print company after 20 years. Brian seems to not let it go to waste as a marketing opportunity during an interview portion. I've been in and out of that shop my whole life. My father taught me everything there is to know when it comes to getting the job done right and getting it done quick. We've been a printing staple of Butler County for years, and even the Butler County Times uses us for their coupon pages a few times a year. Thanks, by the way. But still, whether you're a new client or one of our regulars, nothing will change. Come on down for the best prices on bulk printing anywhere in the state of Pennsylvania. Or search for us online. I designed the website myself. Okay. Go off. The website seems fancy, even has frames. The website lists the address, hours, and a few examples of clients and the type of work that was done for each. The Roottrees Candy Company. Miracle Network. At the bottom it says we also do web design. Come on in and get a quote today. So what's relevant about this? Did he do the... like this? No, it's from 1924, Jesus. What's it relevant that it's got to do with the Roottrees? There's nothing left to do over this bit. Just because he did some work for them. Yeah. Stephanie Jones is who he married. Roottrees Motors. Oh, you don't find any trace of them on the internet. As a local business, they may be featured other places. An ad for Roottrees Motors in the paper. It seems Roottrees Motors used to be called Wilkins. An ad for Roottrees Motors has run in every week's Butler County Times for many years, but recently has been changed to include a picture. 3 different unique versions of the ad has been added to your evidence. Nice. So 1974 to 1977. Advertises that the former name was Wilkins, still the same family business, but has joined the Roottrees family. Okay. Roottrees Motors ad that ran to 1995. Local family mechanic. Roottrees Motors that's presently running says that Roottrees Motors has been around for 50 years. It's a family business, and that Tessa Roottrees, their newest fixer, learned all there is to know about cars from her Roottrees Motors parents. Who's the Roottrees Motors parents? Wilkins? Catherine Wilkins. It's got to be someone with a picture attached, so an unknown name with a picture attached. I'm going to put housewife for her because it's annoying me that she's not filled in. But I don't actually know what she is. Unknown spouse with a picture. Huh. So maybe she's not someone's spouse, she's someone's child. Elias's child, because he's a mechanic. Tessa Roottrees. I assume also mechanic. But then who was her mum? No. There's a Catherine Wilkins. So he married Catherine Wilkins. And then they had Tessa. That makes sense. That makes sense. Guys, we're so close now. Lauren talks about some of her close cousins in one of her diary entries. Dynasty. About the oldest 5-piece. It's too much unknown stuff, man. Dynasty. I don't want to go to bed because we're almost done, so it feels like a waste. Like, because next stream I'll be playing for 5 minutes and then I'll be done, but at the same time I can't stay awake. Or is it the Dynasty one? With the 5 pieces refusing to step up, it came down to us next gens. Ended up going to Zach. I'll never forget the cuss words Pop used when he told Mike it wouldn't go to us. What's new in there that I haven't already? Specifically comments on the age differences between her and her siblings. I'm sure Clancy would have wanted it. He's the one who volunteered. After all, Angie's older than Zach, and I'm next oldest of us all. I never really picked up on that before. Or was it Angie's older than Zach? And I'm second oldest of us all. But how much older? What does that mean? Why is that relevant? She says that Angie's older than her brother. In the photo of the next generation, there is only one woman who isn't Sam or Lauren. Yeah. So is this not Angie? Wait, what? Oh, because it's unknown occupation. Is that why? No. Yeah, so that's definitely her. You can find information on Sam's children in revisiting the diary. We've got Sam's children. Sam's children. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her. There's Sam. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her, yeah. Her children seem eager to help the family in their own way. Ernie Jr. has been learning the day-to-day from Zach. Oops. What am I looking at again? God's sake. From Zach. It's been a long, long time since any real Rootree was excited and interested in the actual candy as Ernie. As a bonus, Gwyneth has the green thumb of her mother. So was she also a farmer? Makes sense. Aha! Assumed she was a housewife. Revisiting the diary, Sam mentions both their names and a useful tidbit about their appearance. I knew it! I said, didn't I? I swear she said something about Sam. No, was it? It wasn't Sam, it was Patsy that had glasses, wasn't it? I think these two need to be swapped. I remember she said about the freaking glasses. Guys, we're so close now. I feel like this has become my life's work. In all honesty. The Fancy Flavours article revealed the name of one of the Roottrees presidents. You should look further into his business affairs. With Fancy Flavours. We did look this up. Oops. Guy Hudson. Yeah, we looked into him. Do you know what we didn't do? We didn't periodical him. Although the Butler County Times doesn't archive their obituaries, they did a front page story in 1982 about Guy Hudson and his wife Patricia dying in a car accident. Yes! Okay, what am I on my phone for? It's not on my phone. The story itself is surprisingly light on relevant details due to the recency of the accident. Police reported the crash was caused by an unidentified driver who swerved in front of the Hudson's car, causing them to brake hard and veer off the interstate. Although Guy was a somewhat controversial president, foul play is not suspected. There were witnesses who reported that the vehicle which instigated the wreck was speeding, swerving between lanes and cutting other drivers off as well for at least 5 or 6 minutes before the accident. It could have been any one of us who they eventually ran off the road. The aggressor fled after the accident and police have few leads other than make and model. Guy had been the president of the Roottrees company for only 4 years, though an undoubtedly volatile period in the company's history. He and his wife had no children. Guy Hudson, along with his twin sister, are no strangers to the public when it comes to Roottrees snacks. I said they were. I knew for ages, didn't I, that Angie had twins, and it still took me forever to realise that the two gingers were twins. Like, okay. When it comes to Roottrees snacks, they both appeared in the company's advertisements as children during the Boys and Girls Agree era. You find a site about successful ad campaigns. One of the ads listed is the Boys and Girls Agree. It's a series of television and magazine ads for Roottrees chocolate bars. The ad campaigns described as having the premise that boys and girls are often diametrically opposed except when it comes to one thing. Both of them that agree is that Roottrees is their favourite. The first advertisement in the series was the most memorable due to the bright red hair of the boy and girl involved. I guess it wouldn't be that much back then, would it? One of the magazine advertisements has been added to your evidence. There they are. Aww. Boys and girls never agree on anything except Roottrees. It's gotta be Roottrees. They're so cute. Adorable. Forgot about that baby. Huh. Good idea to look into people's business ventures. Don't the boys and girls agree? Who would have known that one of those two adorable redheads, Guy credits his mother and father Angie and Christopher with providing his fiery dew, arguing over everything but chocolate, would grow up to take over the whole company. Guy's uncle and current president Zach has decided to take an early retirement to focus on travelling the world with his wife. Zach was quoted as saying, "Now that our daughters have started families of their own, Clara and I plan to reflect on a life well lived." Aww. Clara. Yay. Oh, thank goodness, guys. Thank goodness. Guy is new to the business world, but his family. We at Roottrees have faith in his innovative ideas and he's eager to share them with the world. We like to think boys and girls agree. He's ready to succeed. I like Zach. I like Zach. Bless him. Ron Roottrees' company sounds interesting. What was Ron Roottrees' company? Ron Roottrees. I can't remember his company. RR Productions. How did I not look any of this up, man? Swear to God. Defunct production company. You find a comment on a Usenet board stating that Brother Trouble ended up being an ironic name considering the rumours about RR Productions Ron and Robbie Roottrees. Ron and Robbie Roottrees. So are they definitely... Oh, Ron and Robbie. Robbie, Robert. There you go. Yeah. Oh, damn it. Okay, what were the rumours? Not much relevant information about Robbie Roottrees. In a comment thread on a message board about television cliches, you find a thread called "Why was Brother Trouble cancelled?" One user speculates, "I think it's because the writing went really downhill in season 2. They actually had an episode where Roxy was addicted to sniffing markers." Another person replied, "Maybe it's due to the rumour about Robbie Roottrees in Silver Screen magazine. There's a link to some sort of article, but it appears to be dead." Silver Screen magazine. Robbie Roottrees. Oh, what? Robbie Roottrees in Silver Screen magazine. Robert? Really? Rob Roottrees. Silver Screen magazine, not periodical. Yeah, it did. It did indeed. But it's not there. It wasn't spelt like that, was it? Or like a zine, like an online zine. I'm pretty sure that's not how it's spelled. Why wouldn't it come up? Silver Screen magazine. magazine. A Hollywood Insiders magazine focusing less on actors and actresses and more about the nitty-gritty of writing, directing, costuming, set design, film promotion, and other elements of filmmaking. Ran from 1983 to 1993, so not very long. Was bought by a bigger, more recognizable magazine, and the website now redirects to the new mag. The new magazine doesn't appear to have any relevance to your case. But it's there as a periodical now. Small Rumours article from 1992. Good, because I've been waiting to find out what the drama was between these two. Something about a crime. Self-taught television screenwriter Robbie was allegedly tried and convicted under the name Robert in a French court of law. It seems he, again allegedly, embezzled from the company RR Productions to fuel a gambling habit that left him hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. He then fled to Paris, where he grew up, and then Silver Screen continues to insist this is all very much allegedly, assaulted an officer who came to question him. The article's author says they were unable to get a statement from French authorities, but received information from an anonymous source and were able to confirm through public record that there was a trial involving a Robert Roottree around the time that Brother Trouble was cancelled. If I put Robbie, does it make any difference? No. Confirmed through public record that there was a trial. So how do I find out about a trial? No. Oh, search for both of them. Shit, yeah. Robbie and Ronald. Was it Ronald? Oh. Did you search for both of Gwyn's son and the magazine you found? Ron? Don't blame nepotism. He gets results. Oh, I see where this is going. After finding some small screen success, first as the director for many soap opera episodes, and then stepping in as the showrunner to turn around a few struggling productions, Ron has decided to start his own television production company. Ron was born in the US but grew up in Paris with his once famous mother and his brother Robbie. He gobbled up American cinema whenever he could, and when he was old enough returned to Hollywood to attend film school. He brings a special kind of charisma and an eye for unusual shots, particularly when it comes to comedy. Those he's worked with have gone on record as saying he's an attentive director who can work with actors to make sure the timing of a joke lands perfectly. Ron plans to pitch new shows to major television studios as soon as 1986. Until then, he plans to find the right project. He's occasionally called upon his younger brother for script punch-ups and has thought about bringing him into the fold. Don't blame nepotism. Okay, but did that give us any new information? Oh, jobs. Jesus. Director? Yes. But what was his brother? Younger brother for script punch-ups? Was he an actor? You have enough information to fill in Gwen's younger son? Do I? Screenwriter, Jesus Christ. Yeah, boy. So we've got Edward's wife. Who could be Edith, Helen, April, Christina. Oh god, there's too many. Edith, Helen, April, Christina, Helen. Jones Graphic and Print's website mentioned another organisation that's worth looking into. Jones Graphic and Print. Roottrees Candy Company, Butler County Miracle Network, Roottrees Motors, Butler County School District, Butler Summer Theatre. What else is worth looking into? We've looked into Stephanie, that's who he ends up marrying, right? The Roottrees Candy Company, obviously we already know. Butler County Miracle Network, we've already looked up the Miracle Network. We've looked at Roottrees Motors now. Butler Summer Theatre. Performs plays and musicals during the summer. Makes sense. I like the sense of humour in this game. As it's not summer currently, their website has a thank you message. Thank you for making our season such a success. Stay tuned. Lists the credits of a musical which seems to be the final show they performed last season. There's a cast list, but none of the names seem relevant. Below the cast list it lists the crew, and two things stand out. Posters and additional set design elements by Jones Graphic and Print. Choreography by November Studios. Ooh, November's job. Local dance school. So was she a dancer? Wait, there's only one Roottrees name left? Yeah, one Roottrees left, but we've still got his wife, her husband, his wife, his wife. Oh, Jesus. There's only Christina left, but I want to do all the optional ones. Yes, there's only one left. I know, I already knew that. I knew she was the younger child. I couldn't remember of who, but I knew she was someone's child. Of Ronald Roottrees. That's it, this one. I said he must have had a daughter. I'm scared to put it in. Wait a minute, she doesn't have an occupation. I need the optionals. Yes, I know she's a baby. Give me the optionals. There's no information about these names, like Edith Jacobson. Huh. Wait, the article's cut off, but it mentions an Edith Jacobson and an arrest. You might be able to find it elsewhere. A Crime Blotter article about Edith also mentions a Helen Roottrees and a Lucinda Jacobson. In 1971, when she was 18, Edith and her sister Lucinda were arrested for trespassing at the Miracle Congregations Church in Butler County. They were pretending to be employees in an attempt to get into the room where the church houses their weekly tithings. The church didn't press charges. They were caught by Helen Roottrees, who was there at the time while her husband Miracle was away preaching. Hey. Which one? Helen Roottrees was quoted as saying, "Jesus forgives and so do we. The Lord works in mysterious ways." and I am confident he's brought these young women to us for a greater purpose. So is she going to be the original Miracle's wife? What was her name? Helen Roottrees. So Helen Lennon. So did he marry Edith? Did he marry Edith? Nothing would be in here, but you know. Edith Jacobson, okay. Who else is left? April Quaritch. Ugh. April Quaritch. Nothing. So nobody of note. Do we think Edith Jacobson? When she was on about being a higher purpose, could it be that she then married the son when he grew up? She married Linus Cornwall. I don't know where I got it from that Bill was Linus Cornwall. She married Linus Cornwall. And then there's April Quaritch. And I think that's the last one. April Quaritch. Wait. The Edith Jacobson. Yeah. I think that makes sense. Where are they from? What about Lucinda's not on the list, is she? No. I love that name though, Lucinda. That's such a nice one. Baby. So her higher purpose was she married her son. Are we done? Did we get all the optional photos? I don't even know. I might not have. I didn't check before I put in baby. Oh no.
To my genealogy.
Oh no. Are we done
If
now?
you're reading this, it means you've locked in 49 blood relatives. Congratulations. I knew you could do it. There are 2 more entries on the family tree I'd like you to consider. These last 2 are optional. You can summon me whenever you wish. However, this will end your search and reveal the truth. So make sure you're ready.
Who is EC? What was his name? Mr. Miller, but who Miller? I think he was in Lauren's diaries and stuff, right? This one. Clark Sam. I forgot about that bit. Sam's a spitting image of Patsy with her jet black hair and green eyes. She doesn't have the thick glasses Patsy did, but I guess that skipped a generation, yeah. It's hard to explain the look on Pop's face. This is Mr. Miller. Feck's sake. It literally just says Mr. Miller. I don't know what the name is. Where else was he mentioned? I don't want hints though. It's up to you now. Great. Where else was Miller mentioned? Nothing's gonna come up when you type in Mr. Miller. Guys, I need to go to bed. It's 2:15 in the freaking morning. It's 2:20 in the freaking morning. But we're literally right at the end. But like, I don't know who is EC and who was the spouse. I don't know EC's name. Did we finish everything? Did we get the optional photos and stuff? Oh shit. Oh, I didn't know you could use the default. That's cool, you can change what the default photo is. Do we have all the optional photos? We actually do. Have that one. Oh. Who's EC? Egg cream? But like, what does egg cream stand for? I don't know, and I don't know who Mr. Miller is either. Like, like, what am I supposed to be doing here? I don't understand. Anyone give this is where I really need Jess, man. I really need Jess. Egg cream. Okay, we know they're egg cream and we know the spouse will be Mr. Miller. But I don't get how that connects everything. What the final story is. And how we get the names. 'Cause I swear it's never freaking mentioned. It must be they're optional, but obviously I don't want to skip them. When does she mention EC? When does she mention EC? John Miller. Ah, John Miller. John Miller. Ha! Who's EC though? Lauren's been a freaking godsend during this, hasn't she? I swear she wrote more about EC. Maybe it was in the next book. Pop mourned us away from the farm for years. I never met EC in person, but Pop once referred to him as a confirmed bachelor. Sam had to grow up in a house with him and his roommate, Mr. Miller. I'm literally lost now as to where we're going to find the part about EC. Like, you know? she's the only one who mentions EC. Sitting as president of the Roottrees Candy Company in the meeting to determine his successor. What's the photo with everyone in? It's not that one. Angie and I both wanted to be in the photo. Only the 5 pieces. They posed us in front of the camera with Mr. Morden, who was there with Aunt Gwendolyn. There's Gwendolyn, right? The blind one. Yeah. Oh no, that's Margalite. Aunt Gwendolyn. Yes, Aunt Gwendolyn. I don't know, but this music's freaking me out. Change it to like the funky one that I like. That sounds really detective-y. This one. This one sounds like it's so detective-y. You know? They're creepy, man. The discombobulated things. What was that as well? Did Tommy... What was that? They did... Oh. I think that's what the picture says. Oh, sorry. Oh no. There's Dick to me. Bifurcation? Is that actually supposed to be words? No, sounds like a real thing, you know? Dicho tomai. Nah. I have no idea what any of that means. Because there's got to be words in that picture for a reason. She's really pretty. Definitely looks like the child of a musician. She herself is a musician. Like the pink hair, and she's called Candy. I mean, come on, man. It doesn't get any perfect than that. Who was Mr. Morden again? She says that Mr. Morden's there in the photo. Mr. Morden was there with, what was it, Aunt Gwendolyn? Mr. Morden. So I'm guessing her husband. For fuck's sake, guys, this is so annoying. It's so annoying. And that was it about them as well. I was kind of waiting for some like serious beef drama between the two sons. When it said that they committed a crime and he tried to get him removed from the trust and everything. I thought it was going to be some like serious major shit going down, in all honesty. You can't type anything, so I can't see if there's any E names left. Oh, guardian, adopted or otherwise. They're apparently evil or whatever, aren't they? This is... Well, no, that was... I forgot, I was going to say it's a twisted twin, but they weren't twisted, were they? It was because they were gay that she called him a twisted twin, because he was gay. I was sat there thinking, oh great, so she's grown up with these horrible, horrible people around. But it was because they were gay that she called them that. So, thankfully they were actually nice people. Because I remember being like, oh, they're evil, they're nasty. And then I realised why she's calling them evil. And I'm like, oh, so they're not actually evil then. Like, I thought she meant they're horrible people who were going to treat her badly or something, you know? Oh wait, apparently there's a picture of him as well. What the heck? What do you mean there's a freaking picture of him? Where? Where? What the fuck? Just search it. Easy. Game just comes up with a nice try, bitch. I don't know, guys. Lauren's the only one. It was that whole blood is thicker than syrup thing. Clock. Yeah, that must have been about... The anger, was that about Sam? I got angry when I met no girl who I did not like. She was dirty and didn't have a pretty dress. She said, your pop is my dad. She screamed it loud in my ear. She was lying to me, and lying is not a nice thing. Putting this song on makes me think. Did she... Your pop is my dad. Well, her granddad was Elias and her dad was Edward. It was Clancy, wasn't it? Clancy. Wasn't it? Was it Clancy? Yeah. And then there was Clancy Jr., I remember. Clancy Edward Roottrees. Elias hid her away with a local farmhand known as EC. Wanted to include her in family affairs, that's what led to Lauren's initial entry. Sam. I read Candy then, I was like, wait, what is Candy doing in here? It's about the Candy Company, not the Candy Band Girl. Gwendolyn got her name from some combination of Gwyneth and Caroline, who was Elias's mother. Yeah. Elias's mother. There's the only Gwendolyn. I don't get that bit. Who was Elias's mother? Women's names tend to get all mixed up as the generations went on. Gwyneth and Caroline, who was Elias's mother. We've got Caroline, we've got a Gwyneth, and we've got a Gwendolyn. None of them fathered a kid called Elias. Like one of the Eliases. Oh. As in her grandpa Elias's mother? Because they said Grandpa Elias was a believer in using the names of each generation to honour those in the last. His father and Grandma Gwyneth's father were named Edward and Clancy. Do you see where my pop's name came from? So then Gwyneth and Caroline, who was Elias's mother. Okay. But if she meant Elias, like Grandpa Elias, she would have said Grandpa, wouldn't she? Freedom at our own confusion, learning the government had problems around boys receiving certified mail for an Edward Clancy Roottrees. I had to break the news that they got my father's name backwards. But we did a search for Edward Clancy Roottrees. I said, let's see if anything comes up. Because E.C. Nothing. Obviously nothing's going to come up in these magazines. Oh, fuck it. It doesn't come up anywhere. E.C. Edward Clancy Roottrees. And he's underneath Elias. So secret extra child. Edward Clancy Roottrees. But where's a photo? I knew there was something about ECR. Edward Clancy. I'm trying not to shout. I'd be screaming right now with excitement, but like it's like almost 3 o'clock in the morning, so I'm trying to be really quiet. A photo? I love this one. This cover is the cutest thing I've ever laid my eyes on. Okay, but say it is. I don't know what the big final thing is. Like the big reveal. Is it going to be that they killed everyone off? Like, because I don't see why. Why would they kill everyone off? Everyone being upset at them for being gay? Because there was a lesbian in the family, but that was a lot later on. And things were probably more widely accepted. You wouldn't kill the whole family because of that though, would you? And like Raina and Rose and Riley. I don't actually know what the big final overarching story is going to be. Oh, clock. It's a little dog he was. Really little dog. Oh, Jesus. We're just waiting for someone to pop out now, guys. Someone in the background of the Paris photo. I love that one. She's like my favourite character in this, Caroline. She's just so freaking cool. If you had to pick a favourite family member, it would be Caroline. So young. Something I noticed as well earlier, you know, I guessed that Riley was the middle child because of her teeth. Like, she looks the youngest. And I said hoop earrings are more of an older girl thing. So I guessed that it was that order, that it was, you know, Raina with the engagement ring, And then the hoop earrings with Rose and Riley. It turns out there was actually a hint that Rose... Sorry, which one? Okay, Riley, Raina, Rose. That Rose was the middle child because on one of the fan forums it says, one day I want to get my ears pierced like Rose. I never picked up on that. I never realised she is the only girl in that photo with her ears pierced. I just guessed because of Riley's teeth. Like, she just looks younger. And the fact that I didn't wear hoop earrings till I was like in my teens. Oh, they're so cute as well. Need to go to bed. 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 Very handsome guy, but apparently he was a bit of a dick. Very photogenic, lovely girl. Why does she remind me of Caroline from the Vampire Diaries? But there are people in the back of this photo, because it said Mr. Morden was there. Where is Mr. Morden in this photo? There's Eli. Elias, right? Elias, Marguerite, Miracle, and Gwendolyn. So where's Mr. Morden? Fuck's sake. Oh, Morden's not in the photo? Oh, eventually they posed us in front of the camera with Mr. Morden. I found out years later they never took a second photo. So Mr. Morden would have been in the second photo that was never taken with the kids in who were having tantrums. There he is, guys. He looks like them as well. Your evil twin. They do look alike. Oh, let's just hope the names are right. Are we ready? I'm really scared. Confirm? Oh, what's gonna happen if I get it wrong? Oh, one minute. Edward Clancy Roottrees. And there's also a Clancy Edward. They're that similar that they just reversed their freaking names as well? There wasn't a hint about that though, was there? She just said your twisted twin brother. She didn't say anything about who has the same freaking name as you, which is really odd, by the way. Finish, the Roottrees are dead. Filled in the entire family tree correctly. Guys, I'm a genealogy genie.
So, you thought EC was Edward Clancy Roottrees, and his partner was John Miller? That's exactly what I needed to hear. I'm Sam Madsen, though you know me as Samantha Roottrees. Yep, I got old. The only
It took me
picture you
a
have
few
of me is
seconds
from
to
40
realise,
years ago.
oh right, she'd be keen in it, wouldn't she? She said this part is the most important to me. This envelope with the two names in is the most important to me. Which makes sense, because she was raised by them.
My book tells the truth
I think
about
I said something
Elias,
earlier
the
about
5
it being
pieces,
Sam.
and my parents.
I know I said it was Brenda.
Not my biological parents, Elias Jr. and Patsy. My fathers, Edward Clancy Roottrees and John Miller. By now, you've either read Lauren's diaries, or you're just an incredible guesser. Lauren was right. I hated the Five Pieces. She just didn't know my full reasoning.
There's a palpable hatred for the Five Pieces.
My father, Edward Clancy, was a great man. But his identical twin Clancy and his father, Elias, were not.
Oh.
At age 16, my father was caught kissing a farmhand. Back then, they wouldn't even acknowledge gay people existed. Having one in the family was unthinkable.
That's how it came about. Mm-hmm.
The same year, I was born. A bastard granddaughter. 2 stains on Elias's perfect family. He decided to fix both. They tried to erase Edward Clancy. They even removed his Five Pieces flavor. His name was deemed a dirty word. He became EC.
Wouldn't you get the son, like if you felt that strongly about it, the other son, Clancy Edward, to change his name?
We were sent to the farm, and the Five Pieces did their best to keep the next generation away, to isolate me from family.
That's awful. Literally just because they were gay.
But Elias couldn't erase us from existence. Laura never realized I
The little
was
girl from the
diary.
diary. I got angry when I met a new girl who I do not like. She said, "Your pop is my dad."
Who could blame me for being so confused that day?
Yep.
Her father was an exact copy of mine.
Look-alike
without
and
the
name
beard.
alike. Jesus.
And while the Five Pieces celebrated a new factory, farmhands did the real work. It's a fluke there's a picture of my father at all. But there he is in the background. The 6th Five-Piece. Patsy returned, and things got complicated for Elias. She fought for my freedom, from a life she deemed unworthy. Elias relented, so long as I never learned the truth or receive inheritance. They knew I'd help my father. At Elias's will reading, I learned part of the truth. The rest I learned at home. I began to hate the Five Pieces.
None of the Five Pieces was surprised, but it was quite a shock to everyone else, including Sam. Yes, that she would get the
My
farm.
father made me stay silent. He was worried history would repeat, and that his grandchildren would become outcasts. His fears weren't unfounded. As you know, my son Ernie died a few years ago. He had trained to take over as president, but due to family politics, or perhaps hubris, it went to Guy. A real Roottrees. He nearly ruined the company.
But her son was president for a bit, wasn't he? Was it for like a really short
When
stint
Ernie
then?
took over, he saved the operation. Over 13 years,
Oh.
he made the family billions.
Oh yeah, it was Guy then Ernie, wasn't it?
Ernie earned about $36. They got by on Debbie's salary, but when he fell ill, he couldn't pay his medical bills. His death was my tipping point. Originally, my book was meant to expose Elias's hypocrisy. Until I started to look into the other dirty laundry.
Robert Roottrees allegedly embezzled from his company to fuel a gambling habit.
Ron tried to have Robbie removed from the trust, but couldn't.
There it is
Robbie
again,
was
the
a
caps on blood relative.
Even out of wedlock. That sounded familiar. The Clancy Trust that Elias established was designed to secure his family's future. His entire family's future. He couldn't write exceptions in without the whole thing falling apart. My book can definitively prove that Elias was not the paragon of virtue he's heralded as, and that my daughter and granddaughters are just as much family, at least in the eyes of the trust, as anyone else.
Oh, I've loved them this whole game, and then like at the end you're like, oh no, wait, they're not very good people, really. Like a lot of these Roottrees. Like there's a lot of them that are innocent.
The Clancy Trust will secure their future. They can decide what to do with their shares. But I'm old, and I'm not in it for the money. The truth has been eating away at me for years. But now, I can set the record straight. Thanks to you. As someone who enjoys searching for the truth, you might understand the power it has.
So it's not going to be some big plot about someone killing someone for inheritance. They did just happen to die mysteriously. Or at least it's not confirmed that they've died, like, from it being planned.
Whitewashing the past to protect the status quo can lead to repercussions in the present and future. So thank you. You knocked it out of the park. With your expert work, the truth will come to light. And when it does, my share of the Clancid Trust is yours. Like I said at the beginning, set for life. Looking at the family tree on your wall, now with my father's, everything finally feels complete.
Oh, this family tree here. Oh no, wait. The family tree of everybody, I was gonna say. This one here.
Unless a whole lot more root trees somehow appear from thin air. This is the last time I'll come knocking. Thanks again, and so long.
Don't go, Sam. Come in and have a cup of coffee.
We're
Rolling down the streets. Sam Madsen's book was published. It received mixed reviews. Life went on and a new president took over the company. The Roottrees family faded from the news cycle. And then everything changed. There's another mystery to solve. Oh, Rootmania! Roottree Mania is now unlocked as a new game. I'm a secret Roottree. I need that t-shirt. Can I get that t-shirt? Like actually made, please? That's so cute.